Chapter 2604. The Yin-Yang sect was frantically searching for the culprit. On the other side, the 3 battle monarchs of the war tribe also looked terrible. The 4 battle monarchs were in contact with each other. Not long ago, they received news from Zhan Wuhan that he had found traces of him. However, they could not contact Zhan Wuhan. Damn it, something had happened. The 3 battle monarchs looked grave. They hurriedly charged in the direction and location that Zhan Wuhan had given them. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the black earth and let it fly. The 2 of them searched the storage room of the Yin-Yang saint. Lin Xian was very interested in the Yin-Yang saint's chaotic Yin-Yang steps. He wanted to see if there was such a cultivation technique in the storage ring. Indeed, there was. Lin Xian was overjoyed. When his soul entered the storage ring, he found many martial arts manuals. One of the manuals was the chaotic Yin-Yang steps. It was an expensive, superior-grade cultivation technique. No wonder it was so powerful. His demigods and semi-devils was also very magical. However, he had only obtained the first half of it. He had already mastered it. If he could not find the second half, it would be difficult for his speed to increase greatly. However, if he cultivated the chaotic Yin-Yang steps, it would be different. After all, the superior-grade heaven-grade cultivation technique was very terrifying. If he wanted to master it, his speed could increase further. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate the chaotic Yin-Yang steps. He opened the cultivation technique and skimmed through it. Then he took a deep breath. He realized that he had underestimated the chaotic Yin-Yang steps. The chaotic Yin-Yang steps was very terrifying. It was said that when cultivated to perfection, one could reverse the void. This was definitely a terrifying mystique. However, superior-grade heaven-grade cultivation techniques were very difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian knew this. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. In addition to the chaotic Yin-Yang steps, the Yin-Yang saint also had many precious divine crystals and treasures in his storage ring. Lin Xian threw these to the dark red divine dragon and started cultivating. Outside, the black earth flew quickly. About 2 days later, a voice came from the black earth. "Kid, something is wrong ahead. Do you still want to continue?" Lin Xian opened his eyes. His figure flickered and appeared outside the black earth. Then he frowned. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said, "The aura around here is so strange. Why does it give me the creeps?" Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. His flaming robe enveloped him. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated to resist the terrifying pressure. Could it be a forbidden land of death? Lin Xian was shocked. He now knew that the true spirit world had several forbidden lands of death. Even unrivaled kings didn't dare to enter them, and no one dared to talk about them. Perhaps this was one of the places of death. However, the dark red divine dragon shook its head. "That's not right. There's no place of death in this area." "Wait, what is this place?" The dark god dragon took out the map and looked at it. Then he exclaimed in shock. "To think that he would be here. Where is this place?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. Although this wasn't the forbidden death zone, it was still an extremely terrifying place. This place should be very close to Black Demon Cliff. Black Demon Cliff, what kind of place is that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The place where a saint fell. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying sword saint who fell here. It was rumored that the stunning 9-Sun Sword Saint had fallen here. This 9-Sun Sword Saint was very powerful. It was said that he had the potential to become a great emperor. But in the end he was still killed. What? There was such a history? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He looked around and was extremely shocked. An extremely powerful sword saint had fallen here. No wonder he felt that the surrounding space was much sharper than other places. Who killed the 9-Sun Sword Saint? He didn't dare to imagine. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. It didn't know. It was said that it was an extremely terrifying demon saint. "Kid, this place is too strange. This is the place where a peerless sword saint fell. We must not go near it." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He decided to take a stroll around the vicinity and experience the wonders of Black Demon Cliff before preparing to leave. The 2 of them walked around for about tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly stopped. The dark red divine dragon also frowned because the path ahead had been blocked by a figure. It was a man standing in the void with a cold expression. He held a giant axe in his hand that felt as heavy as a mountain. His eyes were like divine light. There was no emotion in them. They were filled with cold, killing intent. His long golden hair danced in the air like golden flames. Seeing the long golden hair, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon muttered softly, "Why does he look like someone from the war tribe? Kid, are you that Lin Xian?" The imposing figure in front asked coldly. "That's right, I am." Lin Xian asked in return. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" "I am the Sky Axe War King of the War Tribe." A loud voice resounded in all directions. As expected, he's from the War Tribe. Hearing this name, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon both frowned. They did not expect that there would be another elite from the War Tribe besides Zhang Wuhan. The aura of the tall figure in front of them was not any weaker than Zhang Wuhan. The Sky Axe War King said in a deep voice, "Where is Zhang Wuhan? How did you escape from him?" He was very surprised. Logically speaking, with Zhang Wuhan's strength and trump cards, it should not be a problem to kill the other party. But now, they could not contact Zhang Wuhan. Could it be? They did not dare to think about the result. How did he escape? By killing him, of course. Su Chen sneered. "I advise you to hurry back to the war tribe. Otherwise, you will end up like him." "How dare you? Kid, you are courting death. How dare you say you killed Zhang Wuhan? That's impossible." The Sky Axe War King shook his head coldly. He did not believe it. You can try whether I have the strength or not." Lin Xian did not waste any time and directly attacked with the ancient dragon abyss sword. "How dare you attack me? You are courting death." The Sky Axe War King's expression was cold as he raised the giant axe in his hand. The giant axe emitted thousands of rays of light and directly cut through the void. The axe was too terrifying. It was as if it was a divine axe that could split the heavens. It carried with it an unparalleled power. When the axe came down, it was extremely domineering. It was as if a giant mountain was crashing down from the sky. Boom! The space in front of Lin Xian was instantly blasted apart. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils shrank as they quickly retreated. Boom! They were swept by the shockwave and felt the blood in their bodies churning. Damn, this guy's strength is terrifying. The dark red divine dragon also had lingering fears. Even though his defense was strong, he still felt his heart skip a beat. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. 5 elemental swords, 5 swords seal the sky. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. Suddenly, 5 huge swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in the sky, connecting heaven and earth. They descended from the sky. Chapter 2605. The 5 elemental swords connected with each other, forming a terrifying 5 elemental sword formation that sealed the Sky Axe battleship. At the same time, he used Flower Protector, and the terrifying sound waves surged toward the 5 elemental sword formation. That demonic sound made people's expressions change. As expected, the Sky Axe battleship sensed the terrifying demonic sound, and his expression changed. He waved the giant axe in his hand and slashed in all directions to resist the demonic sound. Flower Protector. It was the legendary Flower Protector. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a thing. No wonder you could escape from Zhang Wuhan's pursuit. The Sky Axe battleship had heard of ancient weapons like Flower Protector. However, he didn't expect Lin Fan to have it. Flower Protector is powerful, but you can't fully use it with your current strength. I think it has several layers of seals. Do you think that you can threaten me with just this kind of power? The Sky Axe battleship sneered. If an invincible king or sage attacked him with Flower Protector, he would not be able to resist. But his opponent? He was not afraid at all. In the next moment he would use his giant axe. One axe to destroy the sky. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the 5 elemental sword formation, and then it shattered. The Sky Axe battleship charged out. At this moment, the Sky Axe battleship was filled with murderous intent. He walked in the sky like a mighty god. The axe fell, tearing through the void, intending to cut Lin Xian in half. Clang. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. The long sword slashed across the sky, and the terrifying sword light illuminated the entire sky. Under the attack, the void cracked open, and a huge crack spread over 10,000 meters. It was a terrifying sight. Boom! The giant axe was blocked, but the Sky Axe battleship did not stop attacking. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. A golden light shot into the sky like the sun, carrying with it an incomparably powerful force. Heavenly Divine Fist. The Sky Axe battleship used the Heavenly Divine Fist, the Heavenly Divine Fist. Seeing this, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. He also clenched his left hand into a fist and punched forward like a shooting star. Bang! The two fists collided with a deafening sound. With the two of them as the center, more and more cracks appeared in the space around them. In the next moment, the two of them retreated several miles, stepping on the void. Qi and blood in their bodies churned, and their arms went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he channeled the art of longevity and the great dragon sword spirit within his body to recover his strength. On the other side, the Sky Axe battle monarch raised his head, his pupils constricting. Damn it, why do you know the Heavenly Divine Fist? He was fist. But how was that? What he used was the War Clan's absolute art. Aside from their War Clan's martial artists, no one else knew it. Not everyone was divine fist was. Apart from a few elders and geniuses, only the 4 battle kings knew how to do it. Heavenly God's technique fist. Divine's he did not battleship, but the axe battleship. The Sky Axe warlord's pupils shrank. Could it be that Zhang Wuhan had really been killed? Was Axe's axe. But if Axe battleship had not been killed, how could he know the Heavenly Divine Fist? He must have taken Axe battleship's storage ring. Battleship's face darkened at that thought. Considering the current situation and the fact that they could not contact Axe battleship was most likely dead. Damn kid, I don't know how you killed Axe battleship, but you've committed a heinous crime. Go to hell and repent. The Sky Axe battleship swung his axe again. This time he used his bloodline power. The empty palace was shaking, and Lin Xian's heart was also trembling violently. He realized that the Sky Axe battleship was stronger than Axe battleship. At the very least, he was stronger than Axe battleship. Lin Xian opened the 5 seals on the Molten Dragon Abyss sword. His combat strength increased again, and he charged forward. After an intense collision, streaks of terrifying sword light flashed across the sky. Sometimes it turned into lightning, sometimes it turned into the power of the 5 elements, and sometimes it turned into a sky full of chaotic qi. The Sky Axe Battlemaster was forced to retreat. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. His entire arm was numb and he could not feel it. The Sky Axe battleship was shocked. His opponent's combat strength was so strong that he could even suppress him. Damn it, get lost. Bloodline runes appeared on his body, and his strength soared. He forced Lin Xian back. He had gained the upper hand again. However, he was soon sent flying. That was because a dragon-shaped sword shadow that was 1,000 miles long had flown down from the sky and collided with his huge axe, sending it flying. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The Sky Axe battleship only stopped after flying for a few thousand miles. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, which blotted out the sun, and grabbed the giant axe that had fallen to the ground. At the same time, the bones in his body let out cracking sounds as they quickly reconnected. He stared ahead with a murderous look. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "I told you you can't do it. Kid, don't be so smug. This time, the battle tribe has sent 4 battle kings. In addition to me and Zhang Wuhan, 2 other battle kings are on their way here. This time, you will definitely die." "What? 2 battle kings?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon's eyelids twitched. "Damn, the battle tribe is too shameless. You sent 4,000-year-old monsters to kill a late-stage prodigy? You've really embarrassed yourselves." To be honest, he was furious. Lin Xian was also filled with murderous intent. You sent 4 battle kings to kill me? You really think too highly of me. However, the 2 battle kings probably won't be here anytime soon. The battle tribe likes to fight with numbers. Today, I'll let you have a taste of how it feels to fight with numbers. Ruffian Dragon, attack together. Don't hold back. Beat him up. Lin Xian was truly enraged. The other party was simply too shameless. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to show mercy. The dark red dragon walked over and laughed. Great, I love drinking the blood of the battle tribe's elites. Indeed, the blood of the battle tribe's elites contained the power of the bloodline, which was very helpful to him. What can a snake do to me? The Sky Axe Battle King snorted disdainfully. Snake Myas? The dark red dragon roared. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, filling the entire sky. His aura also erupted in an instant. It was as if countless giant mountains were pressing down on him. The surrounding void began to shatter rapidly. A dragon roar resounded, and the dragon flames that filled the sky descended from the sky, turning into huge fireballs. They brought with them surging flames as they descended. In an instant, the Sky Axe Battle King was engulfed. Bang, bang, bang. The Sky Axe Battle King waved his giant axe to fight back. However, he had underestimated the flames. They were as terrifying as divine flames. Chapter 2606. Die! The Sky Axe Battle Monarch roared. 18 giant axes rushed out from his body and extinguished the flames around him. However, his body was charred black and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! The Sky Axe Battle Monarch's face turned gloomy. He realized that the snake's strength was not any weaker than his. This would be troublesome. His life would be in danger if he was attacked by 2 people who were on par with him. He was not a fool. He decided to retreat. When the other 2 battle monarchs arrived, the 3 battle monarchs would attack together. But how could he escape? Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had their eyes on him. The Sky Axe Battle Monarch would not be able to escape with the help of 2 peerless experts. Under the gaze of Lin Xian and the crimson divine dragon, the Sky Axe Warlord trembled as a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, these 2 guys are not going to let me go. With a roar, he waved the giant axe in his hand to fight back. However, he was no match for the 2 of them. Bam! A shattering sound came from the void. Like a meteor, he was blasted away, spraying a large amount of blood in the sky. Bam! 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 The Sky Axe Battle Monarch was indeed powerful. Even though he was injured, he seized the opportunity to escape. The blood was the blood of the battle tribe and contained the power of bloodline. He used a secret technique and turned it into a blood-colored dragon. It wrapped around him and tried to tear the void apart to escape. Lin Xian's long sword slashed across the sky. The huge sword light was like a heavenly monument. It crushed the void and sent the blood-colored dragon flying. Bam! The Sky Axe Battle Monarch vomited blood and was sent flying. At this time, the dark red divine dragon also attacked. It waved 2 heaven-grade artifacts in its hands and attacked the Sky Axe Battle Monarch. Even though the Sky Axe battleship was clad in formidable armor and an ancient shield, he was still sent tumbling on the ground. A loud dragon roar was heard. The great dragon sword soul had completely exploded. It turned into a dragon star sword shadow and attacked. The ancient shield was split in half. The dark red dragon's claws roared and slammed into the armor, shattering the Sky Axe battleship's armor. Large chunks of the Sky Axe Battle King's bones were broken. His flesh was clawed up by the dragon's claws and scattered in the air. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, directly chopping off one of his arms. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Axe Warlord was severely injured and almost died. He roared like a madman, but there was no one around. As for the other 2 battle kings, they wouldn't be able to make it in time either. At that moment, despair filled his heart. It was the same despair that Zhang Wuhan had felt earlier. Because they were too arrogant. In their eyes, the other party was just a brat, an ant-like existence. They did not put him in their hearts at all. But now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. Not only were the two people in front of them not ants, but they were also terrifying dragons that could threaten their lives. Damn it, you can't kill me. I am the Battle Clan's fourth Great War Prince. If you kill me, the war race won't let you off. The Sky Axe Battle Monarch was finally afraid. He no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness from before. At this moment, he quickly begged for mercy. Lin Xian sneered. Won't let me off? Do you think that the war race will let me off if I don't kill you? What a joke. Ignorant. Now, you can go to hell and accompany Zhan Wuhan. Lin Xian took out the sage's hand bone. The dark red dragon also took out the broken pagoda. The Sky Axe Battle Monarch was shocked when he saw the broken pagoda. That was Zhan Wuhan's Dharma treasure. Now, he was finally sure that Zhan Wuhan had been killed. Damn it. His face instantly turned green. There was no way he could withstand two sages' broken pagoda. Boom. Heaven and earth collapsed. Everything within 1,000,000 miles was reduced to nothingness. When everything returned to normal, the Sky Axe Battle Monarch's body fell to the ground. His body was in pieces, and his armor was shattered. His blood flowed like a river. His life, including his soul, had been completely annihilated. The Battle Monarch of the war race was just SO. The dark red dragon looked at this scene and sneered. He took off the Sky Axe Battle Monarch's storage ring and threw it to Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Sky Axe Battle Monarch's body. Far away, the other two Battle Monarchs quickly rushed over. All of a sudden, one of the jades in their hands exploded. Oh no, the Sky Axe Battle Monarch had an accident. Seeing this, the two of them roared madly. Damn it! Damn it! They did not know why the Sky Axe Battle Monarch had an accident after Zhan Wuhan. This was unbelievable. Therefore, the two of them decided to meet up first and then kill their way over. The two of them quickly met up. Lin Xian collected the spoils of war and then turned to leave. They did not go far because Lin Xian wanted to explore Black Demon Cliff. What? Hearing this, the dark red dragon trembled. Kid, do you want to die? He really did not want to go in. However, Lin Xian said, I feel that there is a sharp sword intent between heaven and earth. If I can comprehend it, it will be of great help to my path of the sword. Indeed, Lin Xian was very talented in the way of the sword and had reached a very high level. Very few people of the same level could match him in the way of the sword. Not even the elders of the sacred grounds. But now, when he arrived at Black Demon Cliff, he found that the sword aura around him was much stronger. It was countless times stronger than his, because it was left behind by the 9 Sun Sword Sage. Back in the day, the 9 Sun Sword Saint was so powerful that he defied the heavens. Tens of thousands of years had passed since his death, but the aura of his sword Dao still remained. One could imagine how terrifying the 9 Sun Sword Sage's sword was. This was an endless treasure trove for Lin Xian. Although it was a little dangerous. But Lin Xian felt that he still wanted to explore. Of course, he promised the dark red dragon that he would not enter the depths of Black Demon Cliff and would only walk around the periphery. Hearing this promise, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Because this place was too strange, the great sage did not dare to ask about it easily, and the invincible kings would not come here for no reason. All right, let's walk around the periphery. The dark red dragon accompanied Lin Xian and set off forward. When the two of them walked for 10,000 miles, the surrounding spiritual aura suddenly became stronger. There were fine sword waves wandering in the air. At the same time, there was a black demonic aura circling in the air. The two auras existed in the world at the same time. These sword waves should have been left behind by the 9 Sun Sword Sage, but what was this black demonic aura? Could it be left behind by the demon sage who killed the 9 Sun Sword Sage? Heavens, who was the other party? How could he kill the sword sage? Sensing the surrounding aura energy, Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon stood at the side and said, Kid, do you see those broken mountains in the distance? It is said that they were collapsed by a drop of blood pressure. Chapter 2607. The blood of a sage could be passed down, and it was extremely terrifying. It contained fragments of the laws, and it was said that a drop of a sage's blood could easily kill a peerless powerhouse. In fact, even an invincible king would not dare to touch it. Lin Xian stood there, silently comprehending. However, the demonic aura in front of him quickly rolled and turned into black beasts that pounced towards him. Demonic aura. The aura of the devil saint, even after tens of thousands of years, still possessed such a terrifying divine ability. The dark red divine dragon was shocked when he saw this. Indeed, the demonic aura formed beasts that were abnormally terrifying. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Before they arrived, the boundless demonic aura that carried with it a violent and destructive aura had already made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's blood boil. "Damn it, get out of my way!" Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. But soon his expression changed. This was because he realized that this slash did not achieve the effect that he had expected. There was no terrifying sword light that rushed out. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lin Xian was surprised. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed. "Why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? No wonder it's called the ominous place. It's really strange. Kid, let's go." The dark red dragon swung its tail, shattering the void and sending a few demonic demonic beasts flying. Lin Xian also frowned. "Am I being suppressed?" He tried again and realized that his sword chi was indeed being suppressed. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's sword intent was too powerful. Other swordsmen and kings would definitely be suppressed here. Not only the 9 Sun Sword Saint, but there was also an even more terrifying demon saint. The demonic aura that he emitted could suppress other kings. Therefore, when one came to the Black Demon Cliff, their strength would be greatly reduced by half. No wonder it was called the ominous place. Indeed, even before entering, just standing at the edge was already so terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath, but his eyes were shining with excitement. His sword chi being suppressed was also a form of cultivation for him. He immediately pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and charged forward. So what if there was no sword chi? With Lin Xian's strength, it was still very terrifying. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon worked together to kill all the demonic beasts formed by the demonic chi. Buzzra. After the demonic chi shattered, it did not disappear. Instead, it quickly gathered together to form a huge monster. It was 300 meters tall, and its entire body was pitch black, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic chi condensed into a gigantic bull demon king. It was indomitable and possessed boundless strength. He held a huge black axe in his hand and swung it down. With a chop of the axe, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Lin Xian felt as if his body was about to explode. He roared, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared rapidly, suppressing the churning blood. At the same time, he tapped his foot and quickly retreated. The ancient dragon abyss sword swung out, bringing with it the power of Mount Tai, smashing over. When it collided with the huge black axe, countless sparks flew and pierced through the void. Lin Xian was forced back a few steps. The black demonic bull roared into the sky. What terrifying strength! Lin Xian was shocked. He had to admit that he was surprised that his opponent could force him back. Although he was being suppressed, his power wasn't something that ordinary almighties could withstand. However, the Black Bull Demon King was unharmed. In fact, it even had the upper hand. From the looks of it, it had surpassed the ordinary almighty. While Lin Xian was in danger, on the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also roaring. Because on his side, there were also 8 or 9 black shadows. Each of them turned into a black python and attacked him quickly. Under normal circumstances, the dark red divine dragon would not be afraid of these at all. But now, his cultivation strength was also suppressed. So now, he was also locked in a fierce battle. "Damn it, get lost, or I'll use the sage fragment." The dark red divine dragon roared. When had he ever been bullied by a few pythons? However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Ruffian dragon, don't use the sage fragment. Use your own strength to attack. This is a good opportunity to hone your battle skills." "Damn, kid, are you crazy? Why do I feel that you're even more battle-hungry than those lunatics from the war tribe?" The dark red divine dragon's mouth twitched. Lin Xian was very excited. He held his sword and attacked again. At this moment, he repeatedly used the ninefold thunder sword and the heaven-battling divine fist. He no longer used the demonic 8 tribes but the chaotic yin-yang steps. This was because it was best to practice these heaven-grade cultivation techniques in a real battle. Sure enough, although Lin Xian was at a disadvantage and was even sent flying a few times, he was still able to practice his skills. But he was becoming more and more familiar with the 3 heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Not only that, but Lin Xian also used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword and the 5-element sword. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something new from these 2 sword techniques. Just like that, Lin Xian used his ultimate techniques one by one to hone them in battle. In the end, the huge ox demon was killed by him. With a wail, the ox demon fell to the ground and turned into countless wisps of demonic chi that rolled away. On the other side, the 8 pythons were all torn in half by the dark red divine dragon. Kid, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the demonic chi will continue to transform. There's no end to it. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly flew over and nodded. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to see what was ahead. Therefore, the 2 of them tapped their feet and quickly flew forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After crossing a mountain, they arrived at a valley. Suddenly, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon retreated. Their pupils constricted when they smashed through the void. Lin Xian was even more shocked. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring. What a powerful sword intent! He was too shocked. This was because they had just climbed over the mountain and had yet to reach the valley when a peerless sword intent that could tear apart the world rushed out from the valley. It was as if it wanted to split them in half. What a terrifying sword intent! A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked ahead. Stone swords were stabbed into the ground in the valley in front of them, and every single one of them was embedded in the ground. Some of them only revealed the hilt, while others revealed a section of the sword. There were thousands of them densely packed together. And in the middle of these stone swords, there were many figures walking back and forth. They were wearing different clothes, but without exception, their eyes were hollow, and they carried a huge stone sword on their back. They were like patrolling guards that kept walking in the valley. There's someone here? How can there be anyone here? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was shocked. He looked at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment, then clapped his dragon claws and said, "I know. These must be the legendary sword slaves." Sword slaves? What are those? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon said, "Do you think we're the only ones who want to come here?" The Black Demon Cliff was very famous. Not only the Central Continent knew about it, but all 5 continents of the true spirit world knew about it. Chapter 2608. The 9 Sun Sword Saint had the 9 Sun body and cultivated the 9 Sun Sword technique. It could be said that these 2 things were enough to make people jealous. If one could obtain the inheritance of the 9 Sun Sword Saint, they would definitely become a saint. They might even become the second 9 Sun Sword Saint. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, countless people had come here in search of opportunities to obtain the inheritance of the 9 Sun Sword Saint. Among them, there was no lack of powerful peerless swordsmen and invincible kings. But in the end, without exception, none of them came out. In the end, an extremely terrifying living fossil with a terrifying saint's weapon figured it out. It turned out that the powerful people who had entered before were all controlled by the 9 Sun Sword Saint's sword intent and became sword slaves. They were enslaved by the Sword Council for generations to protect the entire Black Demon Cliff. What? Sword intent can control people? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9 Sun Sword Saint was too terrifying. However, what were the 9 Sun Sword Technique and 9 Sun Divine Body? Lin Xian was very surprised. The 9 Sun Sword Technique was an extremely terrifying sword technique. It was extremely tough and terrifying. The 9 Sun Divine Body was a body tempering technique. It was rumored that after cultivating this physique, it would not be weaker than the Yi family's saint body. More importantly, cultivating the 9 Yang Divine Body did not require the power of a bloodline. This greatly encouraged those who did not have bloodline power. However, these two divine abilities and cultivation methods had been lost for a long time. It was said that they were hidden in Black Demon Cliff. However, no one could take them out. After hearing the entire news, Lin Xian was stunned. His eyes burned with passion. The nine-sun divine body that was comparable to a saint body and the unparalleled nine-sun sword technique. Both of these things were very tempting. If he could obtain them, Lin Xian was excited. However, the dark red dragon beside him said, "Kid, I advise you not to think about it. Even invincible kings can't come out. Let alone you. Although you have the great dragon sword spirit and the heavenly secret divine eyes, your current cultivation is still too weak. If you really want to go, wait until you become an invincible king and bring the saint's treasure. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have been able to get out." Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon was right. The terror of a saint was far beyond his imagination. Therefore, he was only thinking about the two earth-shattering treasures. However, he could go in and investigate the valley below. He also wanted to see how powerful a sword slave controlled by the nine-yang sword intent was. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon activated their defenses and walked down. As they approached the valley, they felt immense pressure. However, the two of them could still bear it. From the moment they stepped foot into the gorge, all the sword servants in the ancient times stopped moving and turned around. Wisps of terrifying sword light appeared in his originally empty eyes. Furious roars resounded as the sword slaves strode towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying sword chi surged from their bodies. It was abnormally sharp, causing people to tremble. Before he could even get close, the surrounding space had already shattered. Luckily, there were no invincible king-level sword slaves in this valley. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. The dark red divine dragon looked around and found that most of these sword slaves had the cultivation of almighties. There were quite a few almighties. However, there were no invincible king-level sword slaves. This made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Even if an invincible king-level sword slave became one, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to fight against it for the time being. Even these sword slaves in front of them were giving them a headache. Lin Xian, who was at the side, was excited. He waved the ancient dragon abyss sword and once again used the ninefold thunder, the five-form sword, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. All kinds of sword techniques surged out and clashed with the sword slaves. Boom, boom. All kinds of sword techniques flew in the sky. It was very dazzling. If someone was here, their jaw would definitely drop. Because whether it was Lin Xian or the sword slaves, the sword techniques used were too terrifying. So terrifying. The power of the purest yang could pierce through everything. This was the nine-yang sword intent. Lin Xian was shocked. Just a wisp of sword intent could erupt with such power. If it was the real nine-yang sword technique, how terrifying would it be? He didn't know, but he was very excited. However, his great dragon sword soul was even more powerful. Its attack power was number 1, and it wasn't just for show. Although Lin Xian couldn't unleash the full power of the great dragon sword soul now, just its current power was already very heaven-defying. Therefore, for a moment, he fought with the 6 sword slaves with ease. Fuck, what a pervert! The 1-pound dark red divine dragon grimaced. He didn't have any superb sword techniques, but he had dragon's divine abilities. Therefore, he also had a lot of fun fighting with those sword slaves. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 10 days passed. For 10 whole days, Lin Xian was fighting. He had the longevity art, so the amount of spiritual power he stored was more than others. Moreover, he absorbed it very quickly. Even if the surrounding spiritual energy couldn't fill it, he still had many natural treasures and divine crystals in his hands for him to absorb. Lin Xian wasn't stingy at all now, so he didn't use these resources recklessly. These resources were originally for him to cultivate. Now that he had so many sword slaves to practice with, how could he give up this opportunity? His ninefold thundersword technique was improving at an extremely fast speed. 3 months later, with a boom, Lin Xian's body flashed with lightning as the ninefold thundersword technique entered the 2nd level. Buzz. The power of his sword technique had increased exponentially. The bolts of lightning sword chi were even more violent than before. They instantly blasted the 6 sword servants around him away. This is great. He broke through. Lin Xian was overjoyed. These 3 months were indeed not in vain. The dark red divine dragon at the side rolled its eyes. In these 3 months, it had already rested 3 times. It wasn't as desperate as Lin Xian. For the past 3 months, Lin Xian had not rested at all. However, Lin Xian's improvement surprised the dark red divine dragon. The 9-fold thunder sword technique was a heaven-class technique. Although it was only at the initial stage of the heaven-class technique, it was very difficult to cultivate in addition to being powerful. However, in just 3 months, Lin Xian had cultivated to the 2nd level. The dark red divine dragon had never seen such talent in swordsmanship before. It reckoned that Lin Xian was already comparable to those freaks in ancient times. Even without the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian would probably be a peerless swordsman with his talent. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. This kid might really be able to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor. However, it didn't know how far he could go in the end. The path of becoming a great emperor was too difficult. Even with the great dragon sword soul, one couldn't be 100% sure that one could become a great emperor in the end. After all, the great dragon sword soul had been passed down to Lin Xian for close to 5 or 6 generations. However, the dark red divine dragon only knew of great Emperor Shiman who had become a great emperor with the great dragon sword soul. Chapter 2609. Of course, the true spirit world was vast and mysterious. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, there were some things that were not weaker than the dragon sword soul. For example, the most powerful bloodline, the various constitutions, or other divine swords. In short, the Battle of the Emperor's Road was a very cruel thing. On the other hand, Lin Xian put away his long sword and slowly exhaled. In the past 3 months, not only had he reached the 2nd stage of the 9-fold thunder sword, but he had also become more proficient in the chaotic yin-yang steps. Lin Xian also had a certain understanding of how terrifying the 9-yang sword intent was. He decided to retreat from the valley and rest for a while. After all, even someone as powerful as him could not withstand 3 months of continuous battles. However, just as he was about to retreat, another figure walked out in front of him. It was also a young man wearing an ancient robe. He seemed to be from the ancient times. Moreover, he was also a sword slave. However, the sword intent on his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary sword slave. In fact, he was almost an invincible king. This person was terrifying. In the ancient times, he must have been a peerless genius. Lin Xian was shocked. This person looked very young, but his cultivation was so strong that it surprised him. Such a person was reduced to a sword slave. He gasped. He did not know what these people had encountered. If he encountered them, would he also be reduced to a sword slave? He did not know. The dark red divine dragon also jumped up. He said, "Kid, be careful. The sword slave in front of you is not simple." And Lin Xian nodded. He could also see it. As soon as the young sword slave appeared, the surrounding sword slaves all retreated in fear. This was something that had never happened before. The young sword slave pulled out a black long sword from his waist and pointed it forward. The sword intent on his body suddenly burst out and pierced the surrounding sky. Then, he turned into an afterimage and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He used the chaotic yin-yang steps and quickly dodged. As soon as he left, 18 sword marks appeared where he was originally standing, cutting the ground into pieces. Buzz. Seeing that his first attack had failed, the young sword slave made another move. The long sword swept across, bringing with it a blazing aura as it slashed over. It was like a sun, flying rapidly in the sky. What is this? The power of the 9-yang sword intent. This guy was actually able to use the power of sword intent. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. As expected, this young sword slave wasn't ordinary. His body swayed in the air as he dodged the sword. At the same time, he quickly rushed over and used the 9-fold thunder sword. Streaks of lightning sword chi flashed in the sky. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, the sky was instantly torn apart. 7 bolts of lightning sword chi formed a lotus in the sky and enveloped the young sword slave. Then, the lightning sword chi exploded, wanting to penetrate the other party. Buzz, the young sword slave, raised his sword high, and a bright light burst out from it. With a slash of the sword, the thunder lotus was shattered. Then he strode out. At this moment, his eyes were sharp and his black hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he had come alive. The black sword in his hands swept out with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! The space where Lin Xian was exploded, and countless sword chi enveloped him. Damn, this sword slave is so powerful. The crimson dragon at the side swallowed its saliva as it watched. This sword slave was much more powerful and terrifying than the average saint. He had even reached the level of a top-notch saint. Damn it, could it be that he was really a saint in ancient times? Lin Xian and the young sword slave fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire valley was trembling. Even the sky in front of them couldn't be seen at all. Only the bright sword chi shot up into the sky. There was also a sea of lightning in the sky. Buzz! Boom! Finally, Lin Xian changed his sword technique again. He no longer used the 9-fold thunder sword, but the 5-element sword, chaos sword, and sky destroyer sword. All kinds of killing moves were used, and the great dragon sword's soul kept roaring. Dragon shadows rushed out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. That young sword slave was sent flying and crashed into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Lin Xian descended from the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was unstoppable like a sword god. He looked forward with a smile on his face. His opponent was very powerful, but he was still no match for him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire valley trembled, and the ground cracked open. A huge stone sword pierced out from the ground. It continued to spread, and the entire ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to be torn apart by a pair of large hands. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon rose into the air. They looked ahead and saw the shocking changes. Their expressions were extremely serious. What happened? Could it be that something even more terrifying was coming out? Damn it, could it be a sword slave at the level of an invincible king? If that was the case, the two of them wouldn't be able to defeat it. The two of them circulated their energy. As long as the situation was not right, they would leave at any time. Buzz. At this moment, a hazy figure suddenly appeared under the huge stone sword and sat there cross-legged. That figure was very mysterious and had a supreme aura. There were even divine chains of order around him that were intertwining. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon screamed. A sage! He was scared out of his wits. Lin Xian was also shocked. The great dragon sword soul in his body was about to explode at any time. He looked forward. Was that a sage? It was too terrifying. He had seen the corpse of a sage before, and there were 2 of them. However, although the corpse was terrifying, there were many invincible kings with heaven-defying weapons at that time. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have a direct feeling. But now, there was only him and the Crimson Dragon. Facing the light figure in front of him, he felt that it was too terrifying. In fact, he couldn't even breathe. It was just a light figure. It was not a sage. It should be an afterimage or a clone. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Crimson Dragon also said that. Yes, it was just that he did not know what it wanted to do. Kid, get ready to enter the Black Earth. The 2 of us can't withstand it. Lin Xian put away the ancient sword and respectfully cupped his fists. Junior greets Senior. I have no intention of disturbing Senior. I just want to see the Black Demon Cliff and the legendary 9-yang sword chi. If I disturb Senior, I will leave immediately. How many years has it been? Finally, someone came in. In front of them, the light figure slowly spoke. His voice was abnormally low and carried a supreme divine might. Every word made the blood in Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's body tumble. Their bodies were about to split open. Fortunately, one of them had the great dragon sword soul, and the other was an ancient dragon. Only then could they resist this pressure. I seemed to feel a familiar aura. Chapter 26:10. Lin Yunxuan's body tensed up, as if his body had been seen through. At this moment, he had no secrets in front of the other party. The power of the great dragon sword soul? No wonder it was so familiar. He didn't expect it to be the successor of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian was extremely shocked when he heard the glowing figure's words. He didn't expect his biggest secret to be seen through by the other party. The dark red dragon was also nervous. What did the other party want? Could it be that the other party wanted to steal the great dragon sword soul? But the other party was already dead, and had been dead for tens of thousands of years. What was the point of stealing the great dragon sword soul? Don't worry, I'm just a broken clone. Young man, since you've come here and met me, it means that you're fated. Now, I'll teach you the cultivation method of the divine nine-yang body. What? The cultivation method of the divine nine-yang body? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Senior, is this true? The dark red dragon beside him was also drooling. Damn, this kid's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually encountered the cultivation method of the divine nine-yang body. If he succeeded, it would not lose to the divine nine-yang body. In the future, this kid's physique would be so strong that it defied the heavens. This is indeed the cultivation method of the divine nine-yang body, but I only have the first 3 levels. The first 3 levels. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were stunned when they heard this. But the 3rd level was fine too. Lin Xian was not dissatisfied. The nine-yang sword saint's clone nodded. Then his body shone brightly, completely enveloping Lin Xian. It was as if a sun had exploded between heaven and earth, so bright that the dark red dragon could not open his eyes. The light disappeared as quickly as it came. Soon, it was suppressed in Black Demon Cliff. Therefore, the people outside Black Demon Cliff could not see or know what was happening here. Lin Xian was receiving the inheritance of the first 3 levels of the divine nine-yang body, while outside, the sky was in chaos. The 2 battle kings of the battle tribe joined forces and rushed to the place where the Sky Axe Battle King had perished. They scouted their surroundings, but discovered that Lin Xian had long since disappeared. Not only that, but they had also searched the area within a radius of several 100,000 miles. They didn't discover anything either. In the end, there was only one place left, and that was Black Demon Cliff. Impossible. It was absolutely impossible for that kid to enter Black Demon Cliff. Silver Battle King shook his head. On the other side, Galactic Battle King added. Indeed, even invincible kings did not dare to enter the Black Demon Cliff. Even if that kid had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he would not have the guts to enter the Black Demon Cliff. Let's look in other places. The 2 battle kings quickly left and started searching in the distance. At the same time, the members of the Yin-Yang sect launched an all-encompassing pursuit. Apart from the Yin-Yang sect, the 5 Elemental Palace, the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, the 10,000 Lightning Sacred Ground, the Tai Royal Dynasty, and the other sacred grounds and sects whose saints Lin Xian had killed had joined hands and started a massacre. However, they would not succeed in the end. Because now Lin Xian was inside Black Demon Cliff. However, no matter how much these people calculated, they would never have considered this point. The joint pursuit of Lin Xian by several great sage kings was just a small episode. The real shock was at the Yuhua Immortal Robe. More and more experts were making their moves. Damn it, all of you, get lost. This belongs to the ancient sage of the monster race. An invincible king from the monster imperial palace roared crazily. His body emitted a terrifying power and turned into a black tiger. It was indomitable and extremely terrifying. Belongs to the monster race? What a joke. It is clearly worn by the ancient sage of the human race. An invincible king from the Dayan sacred ground snorted and slashed out with a giant sword in his hand. The Dayan sword technique instantly flew out. Get lost. A roar shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying black tiger emitted a terrifying sound wave that affected everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The martial artists who were watching the battle from afar instantly vomited blood and were sent flying. In this battlefield, not only were there invincible kings and elders, but there were also some peerless powerhouses watching from afar. This was because how could they miss such an exciting battle? They probably wouldn't see such a scene even once in thousands of years. These people wanted to see the peerless glory. However, they didn't expect that the strength of these people was beyond their imagination. Even though they had retreated so far, a roar still sent them flying. They were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated again, not daring to come forward again. A mere black tiger dares to be arrogant in front of me? The invincible king from the Dayan's sacred ground snorted coldly and waved his long sword again. The black tiger phantoms in the sky also roared and charged forward. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two collided with each other, emitting a sonorous sound. Boom, boom. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed the world. With a scream, one of the black tiger's claws was cut off. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. It directly smashed the ground, and a few cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long appeared. The invincible king from the monster imperial palace was furious. He rushed forward crazily. However, the invincible king from the Dayan's sacred ground was indeed powerful. He waved his long sword, and a terrifying sword chi swept out, instantly piercing through the black tiger again. The black tiger roared and dimmed, as if it would disappear at any time. Seeing this, the invincible king from the monster imperial palace's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to fight anymore and quickly retreated. Seeing his opponent retreat, the invincible king from the Dayan's sacred ground snorted coldly, and the aura on his body became even colder. However, in the next moment he spat out blood and flew backward. This was because in the sky, a blood-colored figure flew out, and a ray of light turned into a blood river that was tens of thousands of meters long and rushed directly toward him. The Dayan sword formation instantly shattered, and the invincible king from the Dayan's sacred ground spat out blood and flew backward. Damn it, it's that blood-colored corpse. Seeing this, the invincible kings from the other sacred grounds also had gloomy expressions. That blood-colored corpse was too terrifying. It should be a saint too. However, these two saints were both corpses. They probably couldn't even use 1,000th of their strength. That was why they could fight against them now. If it was a living saint, even if all of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to block a single move from the other party. Therefore, now that the two saints were weak, it was their best opportunity to attack. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's seal the corpses of these two saints first, and then we'll split the Yuhua immortal clothing stone. An invincible king from the Yi family stood out. His golden chi and blood surged into the sky like a god of war, shining in all directions. The invincible kings from the other sacred grounds and great sects also nodded. On the immortal palace's side, the 6 protectors also had solemn expressions. Indeed, compared to the battle between them, fighting against the 2 great sages' corpses was more important. Roar! Chapter 26:11. The eyes of the human saint wearing the Yuhua immortal robe emitted a piercing cold light. He turned into a sword chi and descended from the sky. Everyone go all out. Don't hold back anymore. Otherwise we will all die. The invincible king of the Yi family roared, and a saint's afterimage appeared above his head. The power of his bloodline was instantly activated, and a majestic power erupted. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The invincible king of the Yi family attacked crazily, and his golden fist exploded the world. This was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It carried an indomitable aura, as if it could split the world apart, and it resisted the blood-colored nether river. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. The invincible king of the Tao-e Holy Land made his move. Resplendent light illuminated the sky, like a star in the darkness, bringing with it supreme light as it slashed forward. Seeing this divine ability, the invincible kings of the other holy lands also changed their expressions. One had to admit that the divine ability of the Tao-e Holy Land was too terrifying. However, they weren't bad either. These invincible kings all held the saints' fragments in their hands, And there was more than one of them. They were also wearing top heaven stage battle armor. There were even some who were wearing the saints' broken battle armor. In short, at this moment, the power they displayed, coupled with the saints' fragments, far exceeded that of the invincible kings. The terrifying aura of chaos, the terrifying power of the five elements, and the yin and yang energies circulated in the sky. Rays of resplendent light swept across the world. On the immortal palace's side, the six great protectors also made their move. Each of them displayed a great divine ability. Especially the great protector, he was even more mighty and extraordinary. A red spear seemed to be flowing with divine blood. With a stab of the spear, it shattered one void after another. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Large cracks appeared in the sky one after another, shocking the peerless warriors who were watching the battle from afar. Was this the attack of an invincible king? It was too terrifying. It was a pity that they couldn't see a real saint attack. The power that these corpses could display was too limited. Are you crazy? If a real saint attacked, would we still be alive? The others shook their heads. That was indeed the case. If a real saint attacked, no one would be able to escape. None of these invincible kings would be able to escape. However, being able to see such a shocking battle, their trip was already worth it. The blood-red corpse roared. He had gone mad, and blood-red runes appeared on his body. Blood-colored divine chains of laws danced around him. A pair of blood-red wings even appeared on his back. They were tens of thousands of miles long, and with a gentle flap, the void shattered. At this moment, not only was he attacking these invincible kings, he was also attacking the saint's corpse. From the looks of it, he wanted to snatch the Yuhua immortal robe. The saint of the human race sat in the purple light screen, wearing the Yuhua immortal robe. Her beautiful face was expressionless. Light flashed from her beautiful eyes, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, divine chains of laws appeared beside him, bringing with them supreme power. Not good. Upon seeing these chains, the invincible kings' faces fell, and they pushed the power of their saint fragments to the limit to defend themselves. It couldn't be helped. Although the two sages were corpses, the law divine chains still contained the law of heaven and earth. It was simply impossible for them to contend against it by themselves. Sure enough, when the law divine chains of the two great sage corpses collided, the void within a radius of millions of miles was directly shattered. The sky was cut open, and the earth was sinking. Not a single place was intact. Many of the peerless powerhouses who were watching the battle from afar were instantly killed. The rest of the people also ran away like they had gone mad. At this moment, they no longer dared to approach. They retreated tens of millions of miles away, using secret techniques to watch the battle. Buzz. The blood-red demon overlord's corpse flapped its huge blood-red wings, blocking the attacks of all the invincible kings. With a roar, he charged towards the saint of the human race. The saint of the human race slowly raised his palm and gently pressed forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and those invincible kings also fled madly. Several invincible kings of the Gu family joined forces to use the Great Void technique to envelop these people. Only then did they escape this calamity. They were exiled in the void, looking back at the original space through a secret technique. They saw that the millions of miles of space they were in instantly shattered, turning into a huge black hole. It was too terrifying. Was this the attack of a saint? It was just a casual attack, but it had caused such a terrifying scene. An invincible king of the wavering light sacred land snorted coldly. The dragon pattern cauldron above his head flickered. This dragon pattern cauldron was many times more powerful than the wavering light saint's dragon pattern cauldron. It could be said that it was an extremely terrifying restriction dharma artifact. It had already surpassed the heaven realm. He waved the dragon pattern cauldron and directly hit the void. The dragon pattern cauldron flew out and enlarged in the sky like a mountain, charging towards the blood-red demon overlord. The replica dragon pattern cauldron landed on the blood-red demon overlord's corpse, emitting countless rays of blood-red light. However, it did not cause any harm to the corpse. The blood-red demon overlord's corpse was enraged. His gaze turned into two divine spears that pierced through the void. Not good. The invincible kings of the Gu family changed their expressions and hurriedly moved away. However, they were still one step too late. With an earth-shattering sound, the Great Void technique was broken. All the invincible kings were exiled from the void and returned to their original world. Some of them even vomited blood. Two unlucky invincible kings were directly pierced through and nailed to death in the void, unable to come back to life. Seeing this scene, the invincible king's expressions were extremely ugly. It was too terrifying. They realized that even if they had the Saint's fragment, they would not be able to defeat these people. Unless they used a real Saint's weapon. A Saint's weapon? In the sky, an invincible king surrounded by a black and white aura had a serious expression. In the next moment, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Boom! The void above his head cracked open, and a black and white ancient mirror appeared in the void. The ancient mirror was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with runes. As soon as it appeared, it crushed the void. A terrifying saint's aura spread out from it and swept in all directions. At this moment, all the invincible kings trembled as they looked into the distance. The yin-yang mirror. It was an undamaged yin-yang mirror. Heavens, this is a saint weapon. Damn it, the yin-yang sect actually brought a saint weapon. Exclamations sounded. The invincible kings were extremely shocked. They did not expect the yin-yang sect to bring an undamaged saint weapon. An undamaged saint weapon and a saint weapon seemed similar, but there was a huge difference between them. Chapter 26:12. The power of a saint's fragment was probably less than 1,000th of an undamaged saint's weapon. If an invincible king had enough power and could revive a saint's weapon, he would definitely be able to defeat everyone. Other than a true saint, perhaps an undamaged saint's weapon would be able to fight against it. The others would not be able to do anything. As expected, as soon as the undamaged yin-yang mirror appeared, a terrifying aura exploded. In the distance, the two saints' corpses stopped fighting. They quickly retreated and looked ahead in bewilderment. At this moment, the two saints' corpses also had serious expressions. They did not expect that there would be an undamaged saint's weapon among these humans. Suddenly, the blood-colored beast overlord's corpse let out an excited roar. His blood was boiling. A huge hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came grabbing over. It seemed like he wanted to take the yin-yang mirror. Oh no, don't let him succeed. The invincible kings were shocked. If the yin-yang mirror was taken away, it would be troublesome. A saint's corpse and an undamaged saint's weapon. No one would be able to do anything about it. The invincible king born from yin-yang snorted. You want to take my yin-yang mirror? Go to hell for me. The black and white chi on it quickly turned into a black and white seal that pressed down from the sky. Boom, boom. The two collided, and the sky collapsed. It was terrifying. The other invincible kings exclaimed. It blocked it? It blocked it? As expected, an invincible king with an undamaged saint's weapon could fight against a saint's corpse. The blood-colored beast overlord's corpse roared, and the human saint's corpse's eyes flickered. On the other side, the invincible king from the yin-yang sect was also not feeling well. His face was extremely pale. Obviously, using an undamaged saint's weapon had consumed too much of his energy. Unfortunately, he was not a true saint. No matter how strong an invincible king was, he could not fully unleash the power of a saint's weapon. If that attack had been launched by a saint, the beast overlord's corpse would have been defeated long ago. It was too difficult to become a saint in this era. However, it was not easy for a saint's weapon to appear. Even if it was difficult to defeat it, it would not be a problem to fight against it. Moreover, the yin-yang sect was not the only one who brought an undamaged saint's weapon. The other families and sacred grounds probably also have one. It's just that they had not used it yet. Many invincible kings were secretly communicating with each other. The invincible king of the yin-yang sect roared, "Come and help me." Another 3 invincible emperors of the yin-yang sect showed up. They infused their yin and yang chi into the yin-yang mirror above them. For such a terrifying saint weapon, the power of one invincible king was not enough. Only with 4 invincible kings working together would they be able to provide enough energy. Of course, this was only temporary. If the battle went on for too long, even 4 invincible kings wouldn't be enough. The invincible kings of the Yi family exchanged glances and joined hands to produce a bronze cauldron. As soon as the bronze cauldron appeared, its terrifying aura made many invincible kings almost kneel on the ground. Could this be the celestial the arch cauldron? Everyone was shocked, and the others also began to scream. The celestial Thearka's cauldron was no joke. That was an extreme weapon. Everyone's eyelids twitched. The Yi clan had produced a great emperor who was known as Emperor Yi. The weapon he used back then was a bronze cauldron, which was also an extreme weapon. It was passed down in the Yi clan. Therefore, the Yi clan became one of the most terrifying clans in the world. With an extreme weapon, no one dared to attack them. Impossible, it definitely wasn't an extreme weapon. These invincible kings couldn't unleash the power of an extreme weapon at all. It was useless even if they had it. This should be a replica of an extreme weapon. Indeed, any clan or sacred ground that had an extreme weapon would create many replicas. Looking at the power of this replica, it was at least at the level of a saint weapon. Although it wasn't a true extreme weapon, it was still extremely terrifying among the saint weapons. Everyone was discussing. As expected, the bronze cauldron emitted a terrifying aura as it floated up and down. It even carried a desolate force. Buzz, a sharp aura emerged and tore apart the firmament. In the sky, a golden sword shone brightly with the shadow of a golden dragon on it. The great Xia dynasty had made their move. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the great Xia dynasty to also bring a saint weapon, the golden sword. Let's do it too. In the immortal palace, the great guardian took a deep breath. The 5 great guardians behind him also nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the majestic power on their bodies formed a terrifying seal above their heads. Tens of thousands of auras hung down. What was this? It was so terrifying. Heaven, it was another saint's weapon, a perfectly intact saint's weapon. The invincible kings exclaimed. Not every sacred ground had brought a saint's weapon that was in perfect condition. Therefore, at this moment, they all turned their heads to look when they sensed the new saint weapon. It's them. It's the group from the immortal palace. They didn't expect their foundation to be so deep that they actually had an intact saint weapon. What was this saint weapon? They had never seen it before. Was it a huge seal? Could it be the legendary sky-flipping seal? It wasn't the sky-flipping seal. It should be something they hadn't seen before. The immortal palace was too mysterious. In an instant, countless invincible kings were discussing. Even the Yin sect, Yi family, Gu family, and the great Xia dynasty turned their heads to look. Boom! The people from the Wavering Light Sacred Ground also made their move. They took out a black war chariot that was extraordinary. It was also a saint weapon. Then the invincible king of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also took out a glass armor and put it on. It was an intact saint armor. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed and envied. Wearing this armor would definitely be able to withstand the attack of the saint corpse. It could be said that they were already in an invincible position. Many sacred grounds and great sects took out intact saint weapons. Those invincible kings who didn't bring undamaged saint weapons were filled with regret, so much so that their intestines turned green. Damn it, if they had known this would happen, they would have brought it too. But now regret was useless. They hurriedly activated the spatial array and directly sent a message. They told the powerhouses of their sacred grounds to hurry over with intact saint weapons. Perhaps they could turn the situation around. Any later and they might not have the chance. The Immortal Palace, Yi family, Gu family, Great Xia dynasty, Wavering Light Sacred Ground, and Wavering Light Sacred Ground all made their moves. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 2 great sage corpses also roared, and the order laws on their bodies danced in the sky. They fought against it. The battle erupted, and it was very intense. Chapter 26:13. Although they were invincible kings, they were the pinnacle of existence in the era of saints. But now, they weren't enough at all. That casual strike could probably kill them all. This battle was truly too terrifying. Everything within a radius of tens of millions of miles was shattered, and the aftershocks of the energy continued to spread. Fortunately, the place where they came from was still a barren land. Otherwise, even the 9 grand dynasties would not be able to withstand such destruction. Several great sage lands and sects carried undamaged saint weapons to fight against the 2 great sage corpses. However, these 2 great sage corpses were too strange. Although they were corpses, they seemed to be able to revive bit by bit. Therefore, their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Now, even with so many saint weapons, they were still unable to suppress the 2. This shocked all the invincible kings. If they delayed any longer, they would probably be suppressed by the other party. These people frantically absorbed the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, swallowed heavenly treasures, and poured their energy into the saint weapons. Streaks of energy exploded, and a bright light shot into the sky, wanting to destroy the entire world. It was too terrifying. The invincible kings in the distance trembled, and the peerless almighties directly knelt on the ground, trembling, and could not stand up at all. Buzz. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and another saint weapon rushed over, directly shattering the world. A saint weapon. And it was a saint weapon brought by the spark stone. Heavens, which sacred ground was this? Buddhism, the sacred ground of Buddhism in the Western Desert. After seeing the light and the figure, everyone was shocked. It was an old monk, wearing a kasaya, with an old face. He held a purple demon subduing pestle in his hand, exuding a supreme divine power. Boom! A river of stars descended from the sky, covering the entire sky as if to replace this world. Taishien's sacred ground. They did not expect Taishien's sacred ground to come as well. Another wave of exclamations sounded. They found that more and more invincible kings were participating with saint weapons. There were already 8 or 9 of them. They did not expect such an exciting battle to be here. And so many saint weapons. Then I won't hold back. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, resounding through the world. All the invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. Who was it that dared to covet a saint's weapon? Everyone was about to go crazy. There was actually someone who didn't know the meaning of death and dared to have designs on a saint's weapon? Who was this? Did he not want to live anymore? Those invincible kings were extremely shocked. One had to know that they were all eyeing the Yuhua immortal robe. No one dared to eye the saint weapon. First of all, each of these factions had sage weapons. Second of all, these sage weapons were precious treasures of the great sage. If they were lost, those holy lands would definitely go crazy and hunt them down. Besides, do you think it's so easy to rob a saint's weapon? If he wasn't careful, he might be killed instead. Therefore, these invincible kings felt their scalps go numb when they heard these words. Those with saint weapons even snorted coldly. Who is it? Come out. The invincible kings of the Yin-Yang sacred land looked in all directions. The Yin-Yang chi transformed into 2 Yin-Yang blades that tore through space and time. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the symbol laws that filled the sky scattered in all directions. A fist of light collided with the Yin-Yang twin blades. Then, the 2 disappeared from the world at the same time. What? He blocked it? He actually blocked it. He blocked a saint weapon with a single punch? Heavens, who is this? Could it be that a real saint has appeared? Everyone was stunned. The other invincible kings with saint weapons looked even more solemn. The invincible kings of the Yin-Yang sect also narrowed their eyes, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Someone could actually block their saint weapons with their bare hands. Who exactly was it? A shocking aura tore through the void, and then a figure walked out. It was an old man with white hair. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his eyes carried a trace of the power of laws. Damn it, the saint. He really is a saint. Many people were terrified. However, some people frowned. No, this aura doesn't seem right. If he's a real saint, he can probably kill us with a single glance. His aura seems to be even weaker than the saint's corpse. Could it be that he's a half-step saint? Some people guessed, and others also came to a realization. A half-step saint was a powerhouse who had surpassed the invincible kings but had not completely entered the saint realm. It could be said that he had already taken a step in. It was only a matter of time before he became a saint. They didn't expect that a half-step saint would appear at this time. Which sacred ground's half-step saint was this? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They realized that they didn't know him. Heavens, could it be a wandering half-step saint? If that was the case, they would be in trouble. The other party would probably have no scruples. What if he really snatched a saint weapon and went into seclusion? He would wait for 1,000 years and become a saint before coming out. Perhaps even the sacred ground's major sects would have a headache. Therefore, the other party really had the qualifications and possibility to snatch a saint weapon. So, he's just a half-step saint. A mere half-step saint dares to have designs on our saint weapon? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? In Immortal Palace, the Great Protector held a blood-red spear and looked forward disdainfully. A Chinquan seal was floating above their heads. How dare you look down on me? The half-step saint snorted coldly. If you don't have a saint weapon, you can't even withstand a glance from me. What right do you have to look down on me? The half-step saint's aura was extremely powerful. Immortal Palace's Great Protector snorted coldly. There aren't so many ifs in this world. Even if I have a saint weapon, what can you do to me? At this point, the 6 Great Protectors attacked together. Above their heads, the Chinquan seal emitted an incomparable light. Then, it directly pressed down. It was as if a sun had descended from the sky, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, completely enveloping the half-step saint. Get lost! The half-step saint roared angrily, and his palm blasted out like a giant dragon. However, this time he was forced back, and his entire arm was numb. The Chinquan seal emitted countless runes, enveloping the world. You're just SOSO, yet you still want to snatch a saint weapon. You're really courting death. The Great Protector's voice was cold. The other invincible kings were extremely shocked. This immortal palace was too powerful. It could actually force a half-step saint to retreat. The invincible kings of the Yi family, Gu family, and Great Xia dynasty all snorted coldly. Waves of murderous aura spread out. Damn it! The half-step saint roared angrily and quickly retreated. He could still fight against one saint weapon, but he couldn't fight against so many saint weapons. However, it was impossible for these people to hurt him. Chapter 26:14. As long as he could snatch a sacred weapon, he would immediately escape. He would not appear again until he reached the Sage Realm. Once he reached the Sage Realm and had a sacred weapon, no one in the world would be his match. Even those sacred grounds and great sects would not be able to do anything to him. After all, it was too difficult to kill a sage. Damn it, if this guy was not eliminated, he would always be a threat. The Great Guardian's face was gloomy. He activated the heaven and earth seal, and thousands of rays of light descended, completely enveloping them. Not only him, but the Yi family, Gu family, and the Great Xia dynasty also activated their sacred weapons and enveloped them. This was to prevent a sneak attack from a half-saint. If there was one who was least worried, it would be the invincible king from the Jade Lake's sacred ground. She was wearing armor, and the other party would not even be able to break through her defense. For a moment, everyone was on guard against the sneak attack of a half-saint. At the same time, they once again charged towards the 2 corpses of the great sage. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was very tragic. The battle had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and everyone did not have much energy left. After all, activating the sacred weapon consumed too much energy, and the corpses of the 2 sages were getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the 2 corpses were also fighting each other. Otherwise, if the 2 of them joined forces, the invincible kings would probably be in trouble. At this moment, the half-saint hiding in the dark made his move. He held a killing sword in his hand, and his entire person was like a god of death as he charged towards the Great Guardian and the others. With a swing of the sword, heaven and earth were split open, and even the laws of the sages appeared. Not good. The other great guardians of the Immortal Palace felt their scalps go numb when they felt this energy. The Great Guardian also suddenly turned his head and roared angrily. However, this time, the half-saint came prepared. After fighting for so long, the 6 Great Guardians did not have much energy left. Therefore, they did not dodge this attack. A terrifying murderous aura slashed on the light barrier, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. It did not break, but the 6 Great Guardians were sent flying. Ha! The half-saint laughed. Today I will show you my power. Runes flashed on his body. Although they were not complete, the fragments of the laws were far from what an invincible king could resist. As long as he could push them out of the range of the seal of heaven and earth, he would be able to kill them and seize the seal of heaven and earth. The other holy lands and great sects didn't help, because the 2 great sage corpses had shown their prowess, and they didn't have the time to help others. The invincible emperors in the distance were startled seeing this. It was over. This immortal palace was likely going to be in danger. It would be best if he was killed and even lost his saint weapon. That makes me even more satisfied. In the distance, the invincible kings of the myriad thunder holy land sneered. Their holy child was killed by the immortal palace's master. At this moment, they naturally hoped that the 6 protectors of immortal palace would be killed. Only then would they be able to resolve the hatred in their hearts. Only then would they feel better. Although the others didn't have such a reason, they also thought that the 6 of them were doomed. After all, Half-Life had successfully launched a sneak attack, and the 6 Great Guardians' power had already been exhausted, so they wouldn't be able to resist him. The half-step saint's aura suddenly surged. The blood sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword as he continued to attack. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the ground shook rapidly. The heaven and earth seal above even buzzed. Damn it, counterattack! The Great Guardian roared, and his body shone brightly. He attacked together with the other 5 protectors. Buzz! They controlled the heaven and earth seal and attacked. Their auras turned into peerless sword lights that swept across the sky. Seeing this scene, the half-step saint dodged. He wouldn't fight against the saint weapon. All he did was launch sneak attacks and interfere. He knew that the protector's power had been exhausted. Stop struggling. You are already at the end of your rope. I think it will be very difficult for you to continue controlling the saint weapon. Hand over the saint weapon obediently, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, all 6 of you will be killed. You want our saint weapon? You must be dreaming. Do you really think that you can fight against us? The 6 protectors once again took out natural treasures and stuffed them into their mouths. They quickly swallowed them to recover their exhausted power. However, the half-step saint sneered. The power of the saint weapon is definitely beyond your imagination. Its exhaustion isn't something that invincible kings like you can bear. So, stop wasting time. No matter how many natural treasures you swallow, it won't be enough. The half-step sage's palms kept forming hand seals as fragments of nomological laws revolved around him. He also activated a secret technique, causing his power to increase explosively again. Seeing this, the 6 protectors' faces turned gloomy. Damn it! Now, the other sacred grounds were surrounded by the 2 corpses, and it was difficult for them to help them. And this half-step saint in front of them dared to target them? He was courting death. If he was in his peak condition, he felt that he could kill the other party to the point where there was nowhere to go. But now, just as the other party had said, they had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, constantly controlling the saint weapon. They had exhausted a lot of their energy. This temporary increase couldn't make up for anything. However, it was impossible for the other party to snatch their heaven and earth seal like this. At most, they would lose some of their source energy to kill the other party. A crazy light appeared in the eyes of the 6 protectors. The strength of the half-step saint opposite them had also increased to a terrifying level. In fact, he wasn't much weaker than the 2 saint corpses. Obviously, the other party had activated a secret technique, and it must have cost him a lot. Damn it, go to hell for me. The half-step saint waved his blood-red sword and attacked again. He successfully suppressed the 6 protectors. He reached out his palm and completely enveloped the heaven and earth seal. The heaven and earth seal lowered its chi to resist. Stop struggling. Following me is better than following an invincible king. When I become a true saint, I will make my name known throughout the world. The half-step saint quickly said to the saint weapon. These saint weapons all had spirituality. If he could successfully persuade them, then he would be able to take them away effortlessly. However, he was obviously overthinking it. Why would this saint weapon listen to him? The heaven and earth seal trembled violently and began to resist. The half-step saint's face darkened. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only shatter your soul seal and brand my own. A crazy light appeared in the half-step saint's eyes, and he was about to attack and use a secret technique. Bang! However, at this moment, he screamed and flew backward. More than half of his body directly shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the half-step saint screamed and tore the void apart, escaping hundreds of thousands of miles away before stopping. He looked around in surprise. The other invincible kings also exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, what happened? A half-step saint's body was shattered and he was almost killed? Who did it? Chapter 26:15. In the distance, the invincible kings who were fighting with the two corpses of the great sage were also extremely shocked. They all separated a wisp of their soul to observe. In the next moment, everyone gasped in shock. It turned out that a palm had reached over from an extremely far distance. Wherever it passed, the world darkened, and the entire sky was completely covered. Hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, and even tens of millions of miles were completely covered by this palm. Heavens, who is this? It's so terrifying. The half-step saint's body shone brightly, and his shattered body quickly healed. He gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He looked at the huge hand that covered the sky. Then he asked coldly, "Damn it, who is it? Come out." He was too shocked that the other party could severely injure him in an instant. At first, he thought that it was done by a saint weapon, but now it seemed that it was not. Damn it, could it be that a saint had made a move? He was extremely shocked. The others also thought of this possibility and held their breaths. The huge hand that covered the sky did not say anything, but it emitted an extremely terrifying energy. In his palm, strands of law divine chains flew out, turned into a divine rainbow, and flew toward the half-step saint below. Divine chains of law, complete divine chains of law. Oh no, it's a saint. When the half-step saint saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits and turned to flee. Although he was powerful and did not take the invincible kings seriously. However, at the same time, a real saint did not take him seriously. In front of a saint, he had no power to resist at all. However, the speed of the divine chains of law was too fast, and they arrived in front of him in an instant. Damn it! Block it for me! The half-step saint waved his blood-colored longsword, bringing with it a terrifying law fragment to resist. With a bang, his blood-colored longsword was directly broken in half, and the law fragments that he had shot out also disappeared. With a puff, he was pierced by the divine chains of law, and blood spurted out. Ugh! The half-step saint screamed in the sky. Blood splattered in the sky, piercing through the void, directly piercing through the mountains and rivers below, and terrifying black holes appeared one after another. It could not be helped. This was the blood of a half-step saint, which surpassed that of an invincible king. In fact, the blood even contained terrifying law fragments. It was extremely terrifying. The undefeatable emperors immediately fled into the distance upon seeing this, fearing that they would be penetrated by the blood. Above him, the half-step saint's divine chains pierced through him and nailed him to the ground. His broken bones and shattered body were restored once again. But just as it recovered, it was crushed by the law divine chains. It was extremely miserable. From the looks of it, he was already in a state worse than death. Who are you? The half-step saint screamed madly in the air. Although he wouldn't die immediately, he couldn't bear the pain and humiliation. After all, he was a half-saint. With a raise of his hand, he could kill an invincible king. Initially, Zhang Xian had thought that he would be able to suppress everyone and snatch a saint artifact before living a carefree life. However, Who would have thought that not long after he appeared, he would be severely injured by a single slap? Now, he was even pierced by the law-divine chains. However, no matter how much he roared, no one answered him. The terrifying hand in the sky was incomparably cold. 2 more divine chains of laws descended and drilled into the half-step sage's cave. There was even one that directly pierced through his head, causing his soul to be severely injured. This scene made the half-step saint scream. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. I won't dare to have any ideas about the saint artifact anymore. If you let me go, I will leave now. I will never appear in front of you again in this life." He was really scared. He was really scared. From the looks of it, the other party wanted to kill him. The other invincible kings were also dumbfounded. There was dead silence. What did they see? A half-step saint was still flaunting his might and suppressing everyone. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The owner of this sky-covering hand was too terrifying. He was definitely a true saint. However, which sacred grounds saint was he from? They didn't know. Could it be a saint from Immortal Palace? As soon as this thought came out, their eyelids twitched wildly. In Immortal Palace, the 6 protectors stabilized their bodies and quickly swallowed heaven and earth treasures to recover. At the same time, they looked up and were extremely excited. The 6 of them looked at each other, their faces full of joy. However, they didn't shout, nor did they say anything. They wouldn't casually expose themselves in front of these sacred ground sections. Buzz. The half-step saint begged for mercy in midair, looking extremely miserable. However, the sky-covering hand didn't let him go. With a wave of its palm, another 2 divine chains of order pierced through. 5 divine chains of order completely pierced through the half-step saint. The laws on them erupted, enveloping everything. With a bang, the half-step saint's body was torn into pieces. A miserable scream rang out, and a soul fled into the distance. However, it was immediately killed by the divine chains of law. A dignified half-step saint died just like that. Not even a trace of his soul escaped. This scene made all the invincible kings' bodies go cold. They all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. The reason for that was because that sort of ability was simply too frightening and too sharp. One had to know that that was a half-step saint. He already had 1 foot in the saint realm. It was only a matter of time before he could become a true saint. But now, he was killed just like that. It was as easy as killing an ant. Was this the power of a saint? These people sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. They looked at the corpses of the 2 saints in the distance and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the corpses of these 2 saints couldn't exert even 1/10,000th of their power. Otherwise, if it was a living saint, he would probably be able to kill all of them with a single slap. In the sky, the terrifying sky-covering hand didn't disappear after killing the half-step saint. Instead, it lowered even more divine chains of law and swept towards the 2 saint corpses. What? His target was actually also the saint corpses. No, from the looks of it, his target should be the Yuhua immortal robe. Heavens, has a saint finally made a move? Those invincible kings screamed. The Yuhua immortal robe was incomparably mysterious. It was even rumored that it had the mysterious power of resurrection, making everyone jealous. But this time, the invincible kings of the sacred ground all appeared with saint fragments or saint weapons. In fact, those sacred lords and sect leaders hadn't even made a move yet. But they didn't expect that a saint would actually make a move. It was over, they couldn't resist at all. Retreat. Sure enough, the invincible kings of the Yi family, Gu family, and Great Xia dynasty roared and retreated one after another. There was nothing they could do. Even if they had undamaged saint weapons in their hands, they couldn't withstand it at all. Didn't they see that a living half-step saint was easily killed in an instant? If they dared to stay for even a moment, they would probably be pierced through by the divine chains of law very soon. Chapter 26:16. In an instant, only the corpses of the 2 sages were left within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The 2 sages' corpses stopped attacking each other. Instead, they looked at the giant hand in the sky. They felt a threat to their lives. The other party's aura was the same as theirs. They were both sages. Moreover, it was a living sage. It was much stronger than the two of them. The two sages' corpses had no intention of attacking at all. They tore through the void and fled into the distance. The two of them did not have the strength to fight against a living sage for the time being. Unless they absorbed enough power or were completely revived, they would not be able to fight against it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant hand covered the sky, covering the sky. Thousands of divine chains of natural laws hung down, dancing rapidly, directly piercing through the void. They swept toward the two corpses. They wanted to escape? How was that possible? The means of a sage were not something these invincible kings could imagine. Seeing this scene, the invincible kings retreated tens of millions of miles away. However, they did not stay idle. They hurriedly reported back to their sacred grounds and families. It seemed that they had no choice but to ask for help from an even more terrifying existence. Boom, boom, boom. The two sages' corpses were wrapped by countless law-divine chains and kept colliding. For a moment, they were in a stalemate in midair. The terrifying energy surged. It was extremely terrifying. However, not long after, the sky split open again, and a figure appeared. Endless black and white chi rolled and turned into two black and white dragons. They circled in the sky and quickly descended. Standing on top of the black and white dragon, there was a figure looking down. He had a sharp and monstrous aura. Sect leader, the sect leader is here. The invincible kings of the Yin-Yang sect were overjoyed and exclaimed. The other invincible kings looked at the sky and felt their scalps go numb. Could this figure be the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect? They did not expect the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect to come personally. Crack, crack. Another crack appeared in the void. 9 dragons were incomparably huge. They crushed the void and pulled a war chariot. An old man stood on the war chariot as if he was the divine king. The sacred leader of the Tao-Yi sacred ground had also come. The group of people exclaimed. A beam of sword light streaked across the sky, covering thousands of miles. Sword chi filled the sky as a figure descended from the sky with a divine sword in his hand. It was the sacred leader of the Dayan sacred ground. Boom! A humongous object broke through the void and flew over. It looked similar to a dragon, with a pair of wings on its back that were covered in scales. It also had 8 arms. His eyes were filled with a biting cold aura. This was the palace lord of the demon sovereign palace. At this moment, he directly transformed into his true form and landed in the air. When those invincible kings saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was rumored that the palace master of the Demon King Palace possessed the bloodline of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. It was even possible that he was the descendant of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Figures arrived one after another. Many patriarchs and sacred leaders of major sects and sacred grounds had arrived. The eyes of the invincible emperors were filled with excitement. However, when the sect masters and sacred leaders arrived, their expressions changed immediately. This was because they saw the gigantic hand in the sky, and they felt their souls tremble. In particular, the divine chains of laws that filled the sky made their scalps go numb. Damn it, a true saint has appeared. These sect leaders were shocked. Although they were sect leaders, it didn't mean that they were saints. There were indeed saints in the great sage lands and major sections. However, they usually stayed in seclusion as their trump card and foundation. They wouldn't easily make a move. However, they didn't expect that a saint would actually make a move. Damn it, which sacred ground is he from? These sect masters and sacred leaders acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They shouted coldly and took out their undamaged sacred weapons, which emitted millions of rays of light. Their strength was much stronger than those invincible kings. Therefore, at this moment, the power of the sacred weapons in their hands was truly overwhelming. However, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the divine chains of laws that filled the sky. The gigantic hand in the sky was floating up and down. In fact, the other party didn't even reveal his true form. Just a palm was enough to make those sect masters and sacred leaders act as if they were facing a great enemy. In fact, they couldn't even resist. In the end, the expressions of these sect masters and sacred leaders changed drastically. They gritted their teeth and roared angrily. In the next moment, they tore through the void and led the people of their respective sacred grounds and sects away quickly. There was no other way. They couldn't resist at all. Moreover, they could tell that the other party didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, they would have been killed by now. What a terrifying saint! It seemed that they really had to ask the saints of their sacred grounds to come out of seclusion and make a move. The saints of the various great sage lands would usually go into seclusion to cultivate quietly and break through. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would disturb them. But now, for the sake of the Yuhua immortal robe, these sect masters and sacred leaders decided to inform the saints of their respective sacred grounds. After all, the legend of the Yuhua immortal robe was too shocking. Everyone retreated, leaving only the corpses of the two saints in the sky. They still wanted to resist tenaciously, but at this moment, the gigantic hand that covered the sky erupted with an incomparable light. Mysterious runes appeared on it one after another, accompanied by the gigantic hand that covered the sky, enveloping them. In an instant, the two corpses of the saints were enveloped. In the next moment, the void shattered, billions of galaxies churned, and a huge black hole appeared. When the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared again, the sky regained its clarity. The two corpses disappeared, and the laws that filled the sky disappeared. The incomparably terrifying palm of the saints also disappeared, as if nothing had ever appeared. Everything had disappeared. Everything had disappeared. Those invincible kings looked at this scene in horror. They had been killing the corpses of the two saints for nearly 2 years, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. In the end, in a short moment, they were sealed by a slap. This gap made them despair. The expressions of the sect masters and sacred leaders of the various great sage lands also changed drastically. They didn't expect that they hadn't informed their saints to come out of seclusion yet. The other party had already taken away the two saints' corpses. This made it impossible for them to continue their search. Sure enough, a day later, the Yi family's saint broke out of seclusion and walked between heaven and earth. At this moment, tens of thousands of divine chains of laws danced in the air, and a terrifying saint's might swept across heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble. As expected of the clan of the ancients, it was simply too terrifying. The entire world trembled. At this moment, everyone stayed dormant, not daring to have any thoughts of resistance. The Yi family's saint came out of the eastern wilderness and traveled all over the middle continent, the western desert, the southern border, and the northern plains. However, he could no longer find any trace of the Yuhua immortal robe. This made him extremely disappointed. Who exactly took away the Yuhua immortal robe? He came to the place where the gigantic hand that covered the sky finally appeared and investigated the remaining aura. However, he found nothing. In the end, he could only return in disappointment. This time, the world was in an uproar. Chapter 26:17. Everyone knew that a saint had taken action and taken away the Yuhua immortal robe. After that, the Yi family's saint came out to search for the 5 continents, but to no avail. This made many people wonder which saint it was to have such a powerful method. So fierce, not a single clue was left behind. Not long after, another saint was born. This was the saint of the great Xia dynasty. He was already very old, because this was not only a saint, but also a living fossil. He was already very old, and it was even rumored that his end was near. However, for the Yuhua immortal robe, for the last hope, he came out of seclusion. He also used all kinds of methods, but similarly he found nothing. This made the people of the world even more shocked. The two great sages people repeatedly attacked, but they could not detect the other party's traces and aura. It was too unbelievable. Who was the other party? The outside world was in chaos, but here at Black Demon Cliff, it was quiet. The dark red divine dragon waited outside Black Demon Cliff. As for Lin Xian, his entire body was wrapped in countless rays of light. He felt that he had entered a strange space. In front of him, there was a light figure quietly looking at him. It was the remnant soul imprint of the 9-Sun Sword Saint. As for Lin Xian, he was sitting there cross-legged with a solemn expression. Because at this moment, a wave of information was transmitted into his mind. This information was so huge that it gave Lin Xian a fright. Fortunately, his soul force was comparable to an invincible king. Otherwise, the impact of this information alone would be able to injure his soul. It seemed that the 9-Yang divine body was indeed terrifying. Just this information alone was not something that anyone could bear. Feeling the vast amount of information in his mind, Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The 9-Yang divine body was too powerful and too mysterious. He had also cultivated a lot of heaven-tier cultivation techniques, and there were even high-tier ones. However, none of them had such a vast amount of information like this. What kind of divine ability was the 9-Yang divine body? Lin Xian did not know, but thinking about it, it must be very terrifying. Very terrifying. Because this vast amount of information was only the first 3 levels. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the cultivation technique information of the complete 9-Yang divine body would be. After an unknown amount of time, the message gradually weakened and finally stopped. Lin Xian continued to sit there with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed, but the soul in his mind was spinning at an extremely fast speed, absorbing the additional information that was coming to him. He is shocked in his heart because he discovered that the 9-Yang divine body is too powerful, too terrifying. If he could successfully cultivate it, his physique would become incomparably strong. Perhaps it could be compared with the Yi family's sacred body. In the end, Lin Xian couldn't help but start cultivating because he really wanted to give it a try. However, the 9-Yang divine body is extremely difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian can only cultivate the first step of the first level. That was to first strengthen his bones, meridians, and qi and blood according to the circulation route of the spiritual power in the book. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they begin the second step. The circulation route of the 9-Yang divine body is too complicated and profound. It is extremely complicated. Even some of the undeveloped meridians of the human body have to be moved. One must know that the human body is very mysterious. There are even ancient sages who said that the secrets of the human body are more mysterious than the universe. Lin Xian followed the circulation route and circulated it. He carefully observed the circulation route map and seemed to form a vast starry sky map in his body. It was as if a universe was slowly forming. Boom, boom, boom. After the first circulation was formed, Lin Xian felt that his body seemed to be different. The art of longevity activated and mobilized all the spiritual power in his body to circulate automatically. At this moment, Lin Xian's body emitted a ray of light. There was a mysterious force circulating. The aura on his body also became stronger. This is too magical. Boom, boom, boom. However, the show has just begun. After one circulation, Lin Xian immediately felt that something was wrong. The meridians and qi and blood in his body seemed to be burning. A huge wave of heat enveloped him. Lin Xian frowned. His current strength is comparable to that of a late-stage 8-star. Ordinary flames can't cause any harm to him. In fact, he can even withstand the heavenly flames of heaven and earth. But now, he felt like he was being burned by a raging fire. That pain, even for him, made him grimace in pain. In an instant, countless wisps of white smoke rose from his body and turned into clouds floating in the sky. His body was also incomparably red and scalding hot. There were even strange flames circulating on the surface of his body. Pain, it's really painful. This pain made Lin Xian extremely shocked. He also had the hellfire in his hand, but he found that the flame in his body was even more powerful than the hellfire. They couldn't be compared at all. What's going on? How can this be? Lin Xian was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes. Opposite him, the 9-Sun Sword Saint's afterimage said indifferently, "The 9-Sun divine body is the most masculine body in the world, and it has to withstand endless tempering. Burning with fire is only the first step. What? Could it be that you can't even bear this little bit of pain? It turns out that this is the pain that has to be experienced to cultivate the divine body. Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. He thought that he had made a mistake in his cultivation. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. It was because he had succeeded that such a flame appeared. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a flame. You want me to retreat? Impossible." With a roar, Lin Xian activated the 9-sun divine body circulation route even more crazily. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Xian gritted his teeth, closed his eyes again, and formed a seal with his hands. In front of him, the 9 Sun Sword Saints afterimage looked at this scene with flickering eyes. More than one person had cultivated the 9-sun divine body, but in the end, very few people had succeeded. That was because it was too difficult to cultivate. Everyone knew that the 9-sun divine body was not inferior to the sacred body, but no one knew how difficult it was. A long sigh sounded. Indeed, the Yi family's sacred body was strong because the Yi family had a great emperor. As for the sacred body, it was formed by the essence of the great emperor's bloodline, and it was rare for one to appear in millions of years. It could be said that it was the favored child of the heavens. The 9-sun divine body was different. It did not need the power of the bloodline, and it did not need a great emperor's ancestor. But in the end, how could it compete with the bloodline of a great emperor? It must be done with countless hardships. So now Lin Xian was enduring this pain. The pain of the burning flame burned for 49 days, but Lin Xian gritted his teeth and resisted it. When the flame disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes with a pale face. He did not have a trace of strength in his body, and he could not stand up. Chapter 26:18. This was not an attack on him. If it were any other flame, he would have used the great dragon sword soul to extinguish it. But this was different. This was cultivation. Lin Xian could only bear it alone without extinguishing it. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a jade gourd. He swallowed a few drops of spirit liquid and the spiritual energy in his body quickly recovered. His face also became rosy. This was not the end. Lin Xian poured some earth spirit liquid and smeared it all over his body. He let his muscles and bones absorb it. Now that he had obtained the cultivation method for the first 3 levels, he naturally knew how to cultivate and nurture the 9-yang divine body. It was not easy to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. It was even more difficult to cultivate it. In addition to enduring the burning of the fire, it also required all kinds of precious treasures to temper the body and develop its potential. Originally, Lin Xian thought that the treasures in his hands were enough. But now it seemed that it was far from enough. The energy needed to cultivate the 9-yang divine body was too huge. It was not less than the energy needed to revive the great dragon sword soul. After his body recovered, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to try again. Thus, it was another 49 days of burning. Lin Xian felt that his soul was about to be ignited. This hellish ordeal disappeared without a trace on the 49th day. Lin Xian lay on the ground. He did not want to say a word. He could not even move his fingers. His soul controlled the jade gourd and poured out the earth spirit liquid. He dripped it on his body and poured it into his mouth. Soon his strength was restored. Lin Xian looked at the broken light in front of him. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. "Thank you, Senior, for teaching me. I, Lin Xian, only had one master. But from now on, I will treat you as my most respected master." Lin Xian was very grateful to the broken light in front of him. One had to know that the 9-yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the world. It was definitely a great fortune for him to be able to obtain it. Lin Xian was not an ungrateful person. Good. I never thought that I, the 9-sun sword sage, would finally have a successor after millions of years. The glowing figure also laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. Because not only was his talent high, his willpower was also very shocking. It could be said to be the best of the best. Out of millions of people, it was hard to find one. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to withstand the burning of that kind of fire. However, the young man in front of him had actually endured it twice in a row. It had to be said that this really surprised him and made him happy. He could even foresee that in the future, there would be a 9-yang divine physique that would sweep across the entire continent. Good disciple, Master will give you a good fortune. The silhouette laughed out loud, then took a step forward and walked towards Lin Xian. In the next moment he merged into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was extremely astonished. He felt as if his power was rising limitlessly, and it was as if he had broken through to become a 7-star king tier. Soon, he broke through to become an 8-star king tier and finally an invincible king tier. This feeling was very strange because his cultivation clearly did not increase, but he felt that he had the power of an invincible king tier. With your current cultivation and physique, feel the power of an invincible king tier for the time being. The voice of the glowing figure sounded in Lin Xian's mind. In the next moment, Lin Xian saw his body begin to move. Of course, this was not controlled by him, but by the 9 Sun Sword Sages' silhouette. Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed. He realized that the scene around him had changed. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, and terrifying bolts of thunder descended, bombarding his body like a lightning tribulation. However, he roared angrily, and mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. They were like the sun, emitting boundless light. The lightning tribulation that filled the skies struck his body, making sonorous sounds. However, it could not hurt him at all. Boom! He punched out, directly shattering the lightning tribulation that filled the sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Was this the power of the 9-yang divine body? It was too terrifying. The lightning tribulation was very terrifying. Lin Xian had never seen it before in his life. It could probably kill an invincible king tier. However, there was no reaction when it hit the 9-yang divine body. In fact, it did not even have to dodge. This made Lin Xian's heart skip a beat. Not only that, but the power of the 9-yang divine body was also terrifying. With a punch, a large amount of lightning tribulation turned into powder and disappeared in the sky. Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed. However, this was only the beginning. The scene around him changed again. All kinds of natural disasters and earthly tribulations rushed toward Lin Xian. However, under the power of the 9-yang divine body, they were all destroyed. In the end, the surrounding scene even transformed into countless invincible kings fighting with him. In the end, the 9-yang divine body was unharmed. Lin Xian was truly astounded by this scene. If he cultivated the 9-yang divine body, it would be terrifying to the extreme. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. The 9-yang divine body combined with the great dragon sword soul would definitely be powerful. These two things would be his greatest reliance on his path to becoming a great emperor in the future. Finally, the light figure slowly appeared from Lin Xian's body and landed in front of him again. However, at this moment, the light on the light figure's body was still very dim. Although everything you saw just now was an illusion, if you can reach that step, everything will become real. The 9-yang sword saint's light figure said in a deep voice. At present, I only have the first 3 levels. As for the last 6 levels, they should be in the depths of Black Demon Cliff. Due to some reasons, I can't have them. Don't look for them now, and don't think about them. When you have enough strength in the future, you can go back to the depths of Black Demon Cliff to explore. Master, I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. The 9-yang sword saint's light figure said again. I felt an unusually sharp sword chi in your body just now. Are you a swordsman? Lin Xian nodded. The 9-yang sword saint's lips curled into a smile. It seems that the heavens have treated me well. It allowed me to take in an extremely talented disciple here, and a swordsman at that. However, I also don't have the 9-yang sword technique here. You will have to find it yourself. However, I feel that the sword intent in your body is not weaker than the 9-yang sword technique. If I can obtain the 9-yang sword technique in the future, I think I will be able to laugh at the world. Master, you flatter me. I will definitely work hard to find the 9-yang sword technique. When I have the strength in the future, I will thoroughly explore the entire Black Demon Cliff. The 9 Yang Sword Saint's light figure nodded in gratification. However, in the next moment, his gaze turned serious. There's one more thing that I need to remind you of. Back then, I had already cultivated the 9 Yang Sword technique and 9 Yang Divine Body to great success. However, in the end, I was still killed. Master, who was it that killed you back then? Who was he? Lin Xian was also very surprised by this question. He had already seen the might of the 9 Yang Divine Body. Just reaching the level of an unrivaled king was already so terrifying. Thinking about it, the 9 Yang Sword Saint back then was an extremely terrifying existence among sages. Who was it that had such great ability to kill him? Chapter 26:19. It was the great demon saint, a great demon. He was very terrifying. But don't worry. Although I was killed, he won't live either. However, you have to be careful of his descendants. Their lineage is very terrifying. If you want to walk the path of the great emperor in the future, you will definitely encounter them. You have to be careful. Great demon. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Then he clenched his fists. Master, don't worry. If I encounter someone from the great demon lineage in the future, I will definitely kill them and avenge Master. Good. The 9 Sun Sword Saint laughed loudly 3 times. Then he waved his hand. You can go now. Master, take care. Lin Xian's eyes reddened. He held back his tears and turned to leave. He knew that it was useless to let his emotions get the better of him. The 9 Sun Sword Saint was no longer in existence. What he needed to do was to cultivate the 9 Yang Divine Body and let it reappear in the world. Outside, the dark red dragon waited anxiously. He had been waiting for several months. If not for the light in front of him that was still shining, he would have died. He even suspected that something had happened to Lin Xian. Damn it, did something really happen to this brat? The dark red dragon frowned. However, he soon shook his head. Impossible. That kid had many trump cards. Even if something happened, he should be able to escape. Moreover, the 9 Yang Divine Body was a terrifying thing. It would probably take a lot of time to inherit it. After all, he was from the ancient dragon race. He was knowledgeable and knew some powerful martial arts. No, he could learn them in a day or two. It was normal for him to take that long. Therefore, the dark red dragon continued to wait. A few days later, the light in front of him suddenly split open. A figure soared into the sky and flew out. He came out. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon revealed a smile. He heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the person who came out was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian came out, the light that filled the sky disappeared. The stone sword that reached the sky also slowly sank into the ground. Then the entire valley healed again. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived near the dark red dragon. How was it? Did you get the inheritance? The dark red divine dragon asked anxiously. After all, the 9 Yang Divine Body was a legendary physique. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he smiled. He stretched out a finger and crooked it. Come, try to attack me. Kid, you're pretty confident. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's interest was piqued. With a wave of his dragon claw, a terrifying red claw flew out. Whoosh, clang. The void cracked open, and a sonorous sound rang out. Then, the dark red divine dragon opened his mouth wide because the red claw mark he sent out was shattered when it landed on Lin Xian. Oh my heavens, what's going on? How did your physique become so strong? The dark red dragon was stunned. You have obtained the inheritance of the 9 Yang Divine Body. He was extremely surprised. That's not right. You just received the inheritance, so how did your physique become so strong? Brat, what kind of defensive treasure did you get? No, it's just the 9 Yang Divine Body. However, I've already cultivated it a little in advance and circulated it twice. In addition, Master helped me a little. So now, my physique is much stronger than before. Circulated it twice? Kid, you're really crazy. The dark red dragon was speechless. This guy is really crazy. After obtaining the 9 Yang Divine Body, He actually started cultivating it on the spot. But what's going on with Master? Don't tell me you've become the 9 Sword Saint's disciple? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. This is the second master in my life. I promised him that I would make the 9 divine body appear again in the future. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. Let's leave this place first. Lin Xian moved his body and flew outside. The dark red dragon also followed. The two of them talked as they flew. Gradually, the dark red divine dragon gained a rough understanding of this. It seemed that the remaining 9 divine body and 9 sword technique should be in the depths of Black Demon Cliff. However, it was impossible to go there now. At least wait until you become an invincible king before you come to investigate. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Now, just the first 3 levels of the 9 divine body were enough for him to cultivate. It would definitely not be a problem for him to cultivate to the invincible king realm. The two of them directly broke through the sky and left Black Demon Cliff on the Black Earth. They did not wander outside but directly returned to the Immortal Palace. Because now, Lin Xian needed a large number of heaven and earth treasures to cultivate the 9 divine body. Moreover, he was looking forward to this kind of divine ability. Therefore, he couldn't wait to return to the Immortal Palace. When Lin Xian returned to the Immortal Palace, the 6 protectors heaved a sigh of relief. They had already returned. When they learned that Lin Xian had gone out, they were extremely nervous. Because the outside world was very chaotic now, and even saints would appear. Therefore, all the geniuses were dormant. After all, the timing was too chaotic. Palace Master, you're back. The people of the Immortal Palace went up to welcome him. Lin Xian nodded. 6 protectors, you're back too. He looked at the 6 protectors in surprise. Could it be that the whereabouts of the Yuhua Immortal Robe had been found? In the end, who would get it? The dark red divine dragon was also surprised. Because according to his estimation, it would not be easy to defeat the 2 saint corpses. How could there be a result so quickly? This time, it was the 6 protectors' turn to be surprised. Palace Master, haven't you been outside all this time? Don't you know the news outside? They were extremely puzzled. Lin Xian said, when I went out this time, I encountered an ancient ruin and searched for it to cultivate. Therefore, he did not know what had happened outside. Lin Xian did not mention the 9 divine body. After all, it was too shocking. It was already on par with the Yuhua Immortal Robe. If it was exposed again, the great sage would probably gather at the Immortal Palace and attack it. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Next, the 6 protectors told Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon about what had happened outside. When the two of them heard the whole story, they were stunned. Especially the dark red divine dragon, who jumped out. What? An intact saint weapon. Even a saint appeared? He was too surprised. He had thought that the great sage would bring their saint weapons and fight a great battle. However, that was only a battle between invincible kings. But he did not expect that a half-saint would come in the end. He even sneaked an attack on the Immortal Palace and almost succeeded. But in the end, he was killed by a slap. A half-saint was killed on the spot. Just thinking about this scene made one feel terrified. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Who did it? Was it a saint? That's right, a saint? Which Holy Land saint? Was he the one who took the Yuhua Immortal Robe? Palace Master, please follow me. Lin Xian didn't continue cultivating. Firstly, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck in these 5 years of cultivation. He wanted to go out for a walk. Moreover, he estimated that the outside world should have more or less calmed down in these 5 years. Presumably, those saints and invincible kings would also return. Therefore, on this day, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. When Lin Xian came out, the people of Immortal Palace all rushed over to pay their respects. During these 5 years of seclusion, from time to time, they would hear miserable cries from the Star Palace. Those cries were all from their shop owner. They didn't know what had happened. There was even one time when Xing Tian wanted to forcefully break out of the formation. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian told them that he was cultivating a cultivation technique and asked them not to disturb him. Hearing this news, The corners of Immortal Palace's experts' mouths twitched. What kind of cultivation technique was it that made their palace master cry out in pain every day? This was too terrifying. Only the dark red divine dragon knew that it was probably the 9-yang divine fire burning in his body that caused that kind of pain. Thinking about it, this wasn't something that anyone could bear. Those experts and elders probably couldn't bear it either. This fellow was truly a lunatic. After Lin Xian came out of seclusion, he called back Hu Yidao, Peacock, Ghostly, and the elite warriors around him. They all came back one after another. Lin Xian threw a big banquet. Firstly, it was to celebrate his great increase in strength. Moreover, he hadn't properly rewarded these people when they came back from the ancient tomb with him last time. Therefore this time he held it together. Not only the headquarters of Immortal Palace, but also the other halls. Lin Xian sent out invitations. Those hall masters brought the elites of their respective halls to participate in the banquet. Now, their view of Lin Xian had changed greatly. Previously, they thought that they were disdainful of a brat as the palace master. However, the things that happened in these years, they knew that although the person in front of them was young, his strength was absolutely terrifying. They weren't fools. Their intelligence network was extremely sharp. They knew very well that Lin Xian killed the saints of various factions and even killed the experts of the war race. The news caused the hall leaders to be utterly shocked. They even felt their scalps go numb. How old was the other party? He had already done such an earth-shattering thing. If he continued to grow, how terrifying would it be? It wouldn't be a problem for him to become an invincible king. Moreover, with his status and the support of Immortal Palace, it wasn't impossible for him to become a saint in the future. Moreover, not to mention the other party's strength, just the other party's status made them have no choice but to bow their heads. Therefore, these hall masters had gone willingly and wholeheartedly. However, there was an exception, and that was the third hall. Because the third hall master was in seclusion, he didn't know what had happened in recent years. Last time, when Lin Xian ascended to the throne, his son was directly killed by the other party, which was unbearable for him. He went into seclusion, preparing to break through and seek an explanation. Rumble. At the place where the third hall was, a secret room opened. Then a tall man walked out. His black hair fluttered, and his figure was as strong as a tiger or wolf. At a glance, he carried a powerful force. He finally broke through. Late stage 8-star. Moreover, he was in an extremely powerful state. He was even confident that he could enter the invincible king realm in the future. This powerful force gave him a lot of confidence. Come, follow me to the headquarters. Chapter 26-21. The people beside him said, Hall Master, please take a look at the information we've gathered over the years. There's no need to look at it. Nothing is more important than my revenge. The third hall master waved his hand and sent those people flying. That might be the biggest mistake he'd made in his life. That was because the information on those jade slips included the news of Lin Xian killing the saint and the battle race's experts. If the third hall master saw it now, he probably wouldn't find trouble with Lin Xian anymore. He might even be able to keep his life. However, he was very conceited and arrogant. He didn't read the news. Therefore, he was destined to have a sad ending. The third hall master led his men and flew toward the headquarters with a murderous aura. Immortal Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others had all returned. Those Immortal Palace's martial artists were also receiving the people from the various halls. At this moment, the hall masters were very respectful. They didn't have any arrogant and despotic intentions. Lin Xian was very satisfied with that. It seemed that his achievements over the years made these people not dare to go against him at all. Not only that, every single person from the various halls had brought a gift with them. These gifts were all extremely precious. Although it was only one hall, the strength of each hall was very terrifying. If they took it out, they could intimidate a party. Therefore, each of them had many treasures in their hands. These hall masters picked the most precious few and brought them over. Lin Xian was very satisfied and smiled. What he needed the most to cultivate the nine-yang body and revive the great dragon sword soul were all kinds of natural treasures and divine crystals. Now that the various halls took the initiative to give him treasures, how could he not be happy? Seeing Lin Xian smile, the hall masters also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they would be safe in the future. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. The third hall master had arrived. Hearing this voice, many people turned their heads and looked into the distance. They quickly began to discuss. The hall masters were also discussing through voice transmission. The third hall master actually came out of seclusion. Was this guy here to cause trouble? They all knew what happened previously. The third hall master's son provoked Lin Xian. He didn't even put Lin Xian in his eyes and even wanted to rebel. Therefore, he was punished by Lin Xian according to the palace rules. This made the third hall master extremely furious. However, the third hall master had been in closed-door training and had only come out now. From the looks of it, they were coming with a vengeance. However, there were also hall masters who shook their heads. That was impossible. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be so impulsive after looking at the intelligence reports of these years. Could it be that he thought that he was more powerful than the war clan's experts? That was indeed the case. The other hall masters nodded in agreement. In the past few years, Lin Xian's information and achievements had shocked them greatly. Even if the third hall master were to achieve a breakthrough, he would still submit to Zhang Xian. However, how could they have known that after the third hall master came out of seclusion, he didn't even look at the information before coming over? Up ahead, an aura fluctuated, and the void split open. A figure took the lead and walked over. Behind him, other martial artists followed. The person at the very front was naturally the third hall master. There was even a murderous aura coming from his body. Seeing this scene, the surrounding immortal palace martial artists were in an uproar. The martial artists of the other halls also exclaimed in surprise. The other hall masters frowned. Why was this guy still so reckless? Where was Lin Xian? The third hall master came to the square and shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading clearly in all directions. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Hu Yidao stood out and shouted coldly. How dare you? How dare you call the hall master by his name? Third hall master, are you thinking of rebelling? Pumph! Don't threaten me with the palace rules. Today, I'm here to seek an explanation. What right did he have to kill my son? The third hall master's voice was loud and clear. His body was full of murderous aura like a god of death. The aura of a late-stage 8-star king surged out. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. A late-stage 8-star king was not a cabbage. He was a very terrifying existence. Those young martial artists retreated one after another, their hearts palpitating. The other hall masters also frowned. This third hall master had indeed broken through. However, did he think that he could cause trouble here just because he was a late-stage 8-star king? He was really courting death. Should he try to persuade him? The fourth hall master and the fifth hall master asked telepathically. The second hall master snorted coldly. If you want to die, you can die with him. Don't drag us into it. After saying that, he closed his eyes and stopped paying attention. Hearing this, the fourth hall master and the fifth hall master's eyelids twitched. They looked at each other and fell silent. At the same time, they quickly sent telepathic messages to their respective halls, telling them to stay far away and not interfere in this matter. Where was Lin Xian? Where was he? Did he not dare to come out? The third hall master was still shouting coldly. Right now, he was extremely arrogant. In the distance, in the pavilion, Lin Xian was playing with a few cranes. He held a few spirit fruits in his hand and kept giving them to the cranes beside him. Suddenly, he frowned and looked into the distance. Who was making a ruckus there? He asked calmly. Hall Master, the third Hall Master is here. Soon, a martial artist from Immortal Palace came to report. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Third Hall Master? Has he come out of seclusion? According to the news, the third Hall Master had just come out of seclusion and came directly to Immortal Palace. However, he seemed to be causing trouble now. Moreover, he seemed to be disrespectful to Hall Master. At this point, The martial artist from Immortal Palace lowered his head. Lin Xian's face darkened. He waved his hand and put away the spirit fruits in his hand. He snorted coldly. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian stepped in the air and walked forward. The dark red divine dragon also followed at the side. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he come here to cause trouble now? Doesn't he know about your achievements over the years? He just came out of seclusion and is eager for revenge. Do you think he has the time to care about what happened in the past few years? He probably thinks that my strength has stagnated a few years ago. Lin Xian sneered. He could guess what the third hall master was doing with a slight guess. In the plaza in front, the third hall master stood there, roaring in all directions. The faces of those martial artists from the third hall behind him darkened. Honestly speaking, they did not dare to cause trouble even if they were beaten to death. However, their hall master did not listen to their advice at all. They had no choice but to stand here and bear the gazes of countless people. However, when they took action later, they did not dare. Who is it that dares to cause trouble here? Right at this time, an ice-cold voice came from the distance. Hearing this voice, everyone raised their heads. The third hall master also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel smile. "Brat, you finally came out." The others all shouted respectfully, paying respects to the hall master. That's right, the one who came was precisely Lin Xian. He stopped in midair and looked down coldly. "Third hall master, you really have guts, actually daring to cause trouble in Immortal Palace's headquarters." Chapter 26-22. Guilty? What crime did I commit? The third hall master snorted coldly. What right do you have to convict me? Just because you're the master of Immortal Palace? You didn't get the position of Immortal Palace master with your strength. If it weren't for the old palace master, do you think you could become the palace master? The third hall master was very arrogant. Today, I'm going to seek an explanation for my son. You want an explanation, right? Lin Xian sneered. Your son ignored the palace rules, publicly contradicted the palace master, and even wanted to rebel. Every one of them was a death sentence. I'm just doing things according to the palace rules. But are you dissatisfied? What a bunch of nonsense. How was that possible? The third hall master snorted coldly. He naturally knew what his son did. However, he wouldn't admit it. He had come here today to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Otherwise, his years of cultivation in seclusion would be wasted. Humph, third hall master, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame the palace rules for serving you. At this moment, another cold snort was heard. Xing Tian walked out. His expression was very cold. Then, he turned his head and asked, "Young master, I'll take him down now and enforce the palace rules." "No need, I'll do it myself." Lin Xian shook his head. He had just come out of seclusion and wanted to beat someone up to practice. He wanted to see the power of the 9-yang divine body. Who would have thought that the third hall master would actually jump out of nowhere? Since that was the case, he would use him to practice. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you defeat me, you'll have the final say. However, if you lose, you'll die. Are you willing to do that? Lin Xian said coldly. That was because the third hall master was too arrogant. He didn't put him in his eyes and even openly provoked him. It was absolutely impossible to allow such a person to continue living. Otherwise, how could he continue to be the master of Immortal Palace? He wanted to fight? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Oh God, was the palace master going to make a move? It seemed that he really wanted to kill. The third hall master, on the other hand, laughed loudly. He was too excited. The other party actually dared to make a move against him? He was now a late-stage 8-star king. He was extremely powerful. The other party was just a brat, a 7-star expert at best. No matter how talented he was, he would be able to surpass the limits of his cultivation. But how many levels could he surpass? Could it be that he could really be compared to him? He didn't believe it. Brat, I have to say, you're really arrogant. You actually dare to attack me? Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are the hall master. You can do whatever you want. Just use whatever trump cards you have. As long as you can defeat me, everything will be up to you. Of course, I've said it before. If you lose, you'll die. What's there to be afraid of? Come on. The third hall master snorted coldly and stomped his foot. A powerful force exploded and swept out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists retreated one after another, afraid of being affected by this energy. So valiant. Immortal Palace's martial artists were all shocked. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. However, the various elders and hall masters all started to frown. They had a different view from the younger disciples. They knew how strong Lin Xian was. The other party was able to kill so many saints and battle tribes elites. The other party's trump cards and strength were definitely terrifying. So what if the third hall master was a late-stage 8-star king? This third hall master was really courting death. Could it be that he didn't read the information from these years? It was very possible. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight with the hall master. I'm guessing that he'll be defeated within 1,000 moves. Those hall masters and elders discussed animatedly. They knew that the third stall owner had lost. On the other side, Peacock, Hu Yidao, Ghostly, and the others also revealed a cold smile. He really didn't know what was good for him. They had followed Lin Xian all the way and naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Those people at the third hall master still wanted to remind him. They also knew some information from these years, so they wanted to remind him at this moment. They wanted their hall master to stop immediately. However, the third hall master turned his head and looked at those people. All of you shut up. Get over there, don't be accidentally injured by me. This matter would be dealt with when they returned. He was eager to take revenge now. Why would he care about his subordinates? With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around the martial artists at the third hall master and pushed them far away. Sigh, those martial artists at the third hall master landed on the ground. They shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with despair. After doing all this, the third hall master turned his head and looked at Lin Xian, who was in the sky again. Seeing that you're now the hall master of Immortal Palace, I'll give you face and let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll fight back. What, let him have 3 moves? Everyone was stunned. Those hall masters and elders' eyelids were twitching wildly. This third hall master was really arrogant. He even dared to let Lin Xian have 3 moves? Who do you think you are? An invincible king? Fuck, there's such a reckless person. The dark red divine dragon, Peacock, and the others also rolled their eyes. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Now, even those top saints and princes would not dare to say such words to Lin Xian. Where did the third hall master get his confidence from? Lin Xian also smiled. Let me have 3 moves? You're really generous. Then, thank you very much. A mere late-stage 8-star king dared to let him have 3 moves? One had to know that before he cultivated the 9-yang divine body, he was already able to kill a late-stage 8-star king. Now, after cultivating the 9-yang divine body, his strength had increased again. It was very easy to kill such a king. The third hall master snorted coldly. Light flowed on his body and directly formed a pagoda that enveloped his body. That pagoda was very terrifying. There were mysterious runes on it that kept flowing. This was a defensive divine ability called the 6 Harmonies Pagoda. It was very powerful. Even martial artists of the same level could not break it, let alone the other party. He was confident that even with 3 punches, the other party would not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, after he used the 6 Harmonies Pagoda, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the other party coldly. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Lin Xian descended from the sky and walked towards the third hall master. When he was 10 meters away from the third hall master, he stopped in his tracks. He raised a smile. Why, are you ready to defend? I'm going to make my move. Come on, kid. Let me tell you, you'd better use all your strength to attack. Otherwise, you won't be able to break through my defense. The third hall master sneered. The others rolled their eyes. Lin Xian also stopped smiling. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. Then he threw out a punch. In an instant, Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body. This punch immediately shattered the void. A power of extreme yang gushed out, as if a sun was pushing across the sky. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? The third Hall Master's expression changed instantly because he felt that the other party's palm wind was too terrifying. It carried an extremely masculine power. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying aura caused the 6 Harmonies pagoda on his body to tremble. Chapter 26-23. Damn it, that's impossible. The third Hall Master roared and activated the 6 Harmonies pagoda crazily. Suddenly, the 6 Harmonies pagoda shone brightly, and the runes on it became even brighter. Boom! The two finally collided, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky and spread into the distance. The entire void shattered like a mirror, and black holes appeared one after another. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 Harmonies pagoda instantly shattered into pieces. The third Hall Master also screamed and was sent flying. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The young martial artists' minds were blank. The Hall Masters and Elders were also shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was very powerful and that the third Hall Master was no match for him. However, they guessed that it would take hundreds or thousands of moves before the outcome of the battle could be determined. But now, Lin Xian only used one punch. The third Hall Master was sent flying and was seriously injured. This was beyond their expectations. Even if the third Hall Master was passively defending and did not attack, the gap between them should not be so big. It's over. We've underestimated him. The Hall Master's strength must have improved by leaps and bounds over the years. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. It can't be. It's only been a few years, and his strength has doubled again? The Hall Masters and Elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. His talent and strength were simply too terrifying. Perhaps not many saints and princes had such a heaven-defying growth speed. Bang! Just as they were discussing, the third Hall Master landed heavily on the ground and shattered the void. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The bones in his body were broken, and half of his body was blown up. His internal organs flowed out. Damn it! He roared angrily, and his body that had been blown up was restored again. Buzz! His body flickered with light and he wanted to counterattack. However, in an instant, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian was still in front of him. What speed! The third Hall Master's pupils constricted, and the martial artists in the distance also exclaimed. All they saw was a flash of light, and Lin Xian instantly disappeared. They couldn't even catch a trace of him. What? You want to make a move now? Didn't you say you'd let me punch you 3 times? This was only the first punch. There were still 2 punches left. Lin Xian's cold voice rang in the third Hall Master's ears. The third Hall Master roared angrily. He couldn't care about anything else. Go to hell. The other party's strength was so terrifying that even if he went all out, he might not be able to defeat him. Damn it, I was too careless. He was too careless. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. It was far beyond his expectations. In fact, he had even surpassed him. How could this be? It had only been a few years. What had happened to the other party? How could his strength increase by leaps and bounds? He didn't know, but his life was the most important thing right now. With a furious roar, he struck out with his palm. At the same time, he retreated. Lin Xian's face darkened as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Give me 3 punches? Do you think you're qualified? But don't worry, I don't even need 3 punches. The second punch will be enough to crush you. Boom! Lin Xian attacked again. The terrifying fist erupted with an incomparable light that was so dazzling that the surrounding people couldn't open their eyes. The light was so intense that it caused the third Hall Master's eyes to bleed instantly. He felt as if his body was being burned by a raging fire. Now, he had no choice but to attack. He hurriedly burned his spiritual power and fled like a madman. However, how could he escape? That was the Nine Suns' divine fist. The fist was getting closer and closer. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the third hall master used his Dharma treasures like a madman. Shields, pagodas, small cauldrons, and all sorts of defensive Dharma treasures were used to block the attack. Boom, boom. All the defensive Dharma treasures shattered in an instant and turned into powder. The fist finally landed on the third hall master's body. Bang! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of bolts of divine lightning descended. It was a scene of destruction. The terrifying energy storm lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. When everything disappeared, everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. Then they were extremely shocked. Previously, Lin Xian was standing there with his hands behind his back. There was a mist of blood around him. However, they couldn't get close to him at all. His body was long gone. Not even a bone was left behind. The third hall master was killed. He was an 8-star late-stage king, but he couldn't even block 2 punches. Everyone went crazy. At this moment, many people began to tremble, especially those martial artists from the third hall. They directly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Hall master, please spare us. We were forced to do this." They hurriedly tried to distance themselves. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. At this moment, no one dared to look him in the eye. Everyone lowered their heads. They felt a pressure from their blood and soul. It was as if they couldn't breathe. He was too powerful. Although the other party was young, he had already displayed supreme power at this moment. He was definitely an invincible king in the future. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Hu Yidao walked out and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Hall master, from today onwards, you will take over the third hall. Is there a problem?" "No problem. Thank you, hall master. I will do my best to manage the third hall." Hu Yidao's eyes lit up. It seemed that Lin Xian was going to support him to become the new third hall master. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 2 items floating in the sky descended. Then he came in front of Hu Yidao. "This is the third hall master's token, and this is the Tang hall master's seal. Do a good job and don't disappoint me." "Yes, thank you, hall master." After Hu Yidao received it, his face was full of joy. "All right, get up." Lin Xian waved his hand, and a force wrapped around Hu Yidao and lifted him up. Then he said loudly, "Let the banquet begin." The grand banquet began, and the originally quiet scene became lively again. However, the hall masters were extremely shocked and cautious. They didn't dare to make any mistakes. Otherwise, they would end up like the third hall master. This banquet lasted for a few days before it slowly ended. After the celebration, all the halls left quickly. After returning to their respective camps, Hu Yidao also left the headquarters with the people of the third hall. Lin Xian looked at Xing Tian. "Is the old hall master back? I would like to see him." "All right, wait a moment. I will arrange it now." Xing Tian turned around and left. For hours later, he returned. "Young master, come with me." The 2 of them took the array and kept teleporting until they finally arrived at a quiet place. The hall master was like a divine red color floating above the clouds. Lin Xian looked at this scene in surprise. This method was too strange. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy was even denser than in the Starry Hall. Chapter 26-24. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian flew towards the hall above. Soon he entered the hall. Xing Tian closed the door and stood outside. "Greetings, Elder Xia." Looking at the figure in front of him, Lin Xian bowed. "Not bad, not bad. Your strength has increased very quickly recently. Moreover, you have taken good care of the immortal palace." Xia Jiuyo said with a smile. "Elder Xia, you flatter me. I came here this time because there's something I don't understand." "Oh, is it a problem with cultivation?" Xia Jiuyo asked. "No, it's just that I found something in the ancient tomb, but I don't understand it. I want Elder Xia to help me take a look." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out the beast skin scroll and handed it over. After Xia Jiuyo took it, His eyes lit up with a trace of surprise. This is? Lin Xian recounted the process of him obtaining the scroll. After hearing this, Xia Zhuyo's eyes flickered. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Elder Xia, what exactly is this? What kind of words are these? Why don't many people recognize them? This was a very ancient language. Not many people could understand it now. Xia Zhuyo's eyes flickered. He read it carefully and then he was extremely shocked. Nest of 10,000 dragons? There was actually information about the nest of 10,000 dragons here. It seemed that something was going to happen to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. One had to know that he had been looking for this place all this time. This was because the nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial place of dragons. There were many dragons inside. If he could obtain it, it would definitely allow the great dragon sword soul to recover even faster. Then his strength would increase again. Therefore, he had always wanted to find this thing. However, he only knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons was somewhere in the central continent, but no one knew where it was. He didn't expect that he would finally find the whereabouts of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Not only was there news about the nest of 10,000 dragons, but there was also news about the Yuhua immortal robe and the corpses of the two saints. The more Xia Zhuyo looked, the more shocked he became. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He couldn't use the Yuhua immortal robe now. Therefore, he only asked about the nest of 10,000 dragons in detail. Xia Zhuyo waved his hand and a jade slip flew out. He used his soul spirit to engrave the information on it. Then he handed it over to Lin Xian. This was the information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. It even had the location. However, with just our immortal palace alone, we definitely won't be able to take it all down. We have to find an opportunity to unite all of the true Spirit 5 continents' great sects and take action together. The Wanrong dragon nest was not so easy to break. They had to work together. I believe that with your strength, it won't be a problem for you to do this well. Xia Zhuyo said with a smile. Elder Xia, I understand. Lin Xian took the jade slip. Xia Zhuyo smiled again. Do as you wish. Immortal Palace is your most solid support. Moreover, if there really is a dangerous situation, I will also take action. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He now knew that Xia Zhuyo was a sage, a living sage. It was extremely terrifying. With Xia Zhuyo's protection as his backing, he wasn't afraid of those great sections. Next, Lin Xian left and returned to the Starry Hall. He had to make some arrangements. After all, this matter was too important. The commotion it would cause would probably be even more terrifying than the Yuhua immortal robe. After all, there was only one Yuhua immortal robe. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a huge treasure trove with countless heavenly treasures. It would definitely cause everyone to go crazy. The main force of the Immortal Palace was in the central continent, but they also had some bases in the other continents. Therefore, it was very convenient to teleport between the 5 continents. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon disappeared from the array. Outside, the other 2 battle kings of the battle race couldn't find Lin Xian, so they directly went to the mysterious divine divination sect and asked them to find traces of him. The divine divination sect was a very secretive sect that could deduce the heavens. However, the battle race was an ancient race, so it was very easy for them to find the divine divination sect. They spent a lot of money to hire someone to deduce, but in the end, they discovered that the other party's traces had disappeared. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. The divine divination sect's explanation was that the other party should have returned to the Immortal Palace. The great sage lands all had peerless defensive arrays. Therefore, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find him. Chapter 26-25. They had waited for 5 years. They had been cultivating near the divine fortune teller sect. Finally, one day, the divine fortune teller sect reported that they had found traces of the other party. When the 2 battle monarchs heard this, their eyes glinted coldly as they tore through the void. That's great. After 5 years, they had finally found the other party. You're finally out. Do you think that by hiding for so long, you will be able to escape our pursuit? The two sneered. They asked for directions, and the divine fortune-teller sect gave them the Eastern Wilderness. He had been teleported to the Eastern Wilderness. What is this kid doing? The Silver Battle Monarch frowned. The Galactic Battle Monarch sneered. Who cares? Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape from us. It's just the Eastern Wilderness. We'll go there and capture him. The two battle monarchs discussed. Then, they spent a large sum of money to borrow the super teleportation array of the divine fortune-teller sect and headed to the Eastern Wilderness. Light flashed and tore through the void. The two battle monarchs disappeared into the sky. In a mountain range in the Eastern Wilderness. Space tore open, and two figures walked out. They were Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. As soon as they appeared, they steadied themselves and looked around. Lin Xian was filled with emotions. He had returned to the Eastern Wilderness. When he first came to the true spirit world from the Sky Marshall Island, he had first arrived at the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, he had been hunted down and tortured. Now, he was finally back. Let's go to a nearby city and find out the location. Then we'll set off. The two figures flashed and flew into the distance. At the same time, in another place in the Eastern Wilderness, the void tore open. The two battle monarchs of the battle race also walked out. As soon as they appeared, they emitted monstrous killing intent. Instantly, the surrounding mountain range was split in half. Kid, you can't escape. They took out a disc array in their hands. There was a flickering light spot on it. It was the disc array given to them by the divine fortune-teller sect. It could be used to locate the other party. Let's go. The two battle monarchs glanced at each other. Then, they quickly flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon flew for 5 or 6 days, but they were surrounded by vast mountains. There was no city at all. There was no other way. The eastern wasteland was too vast and boundless. He should have been teleported to a remote primitive forest. Therefore, it would probably take a very long time before they could see a human city. However, at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He had a bad premonition that he was being watched. The last time he had such a premonition was when he met Zhan Wuhan and the Sky Axe Battle Monarch. Damn it, could it be that someone had come to kill him again? Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. What's wrong? The Crimson Divine Dragon asked when it saw Lin Xian stop and frown. We seem to have been targeted. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Be careful, they will be here soon. Who is it? Damn it, you dare to assassinate us? The Dark Red Divine Dragon was enraged as well. Not to mention that Lin Xian's strength had increased, the Dark Red Divine Dragon's strength had increased in the past 5 years. He did not believe that someone would dare to kill them at this time. Who could it be? The Yin-Yang sect, the Tai dynasty, or the Battle Tribe? I don't know. Let's set up the array first. Lin Xian shook his head. The Crimson Divine Dragon waved its claws. Immediately, 2 killing arrays were hidden in the surroundings. Then, the 2 of them stood in the sky and waited. Sure enough, before long, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. The 2 figures were tall. One of them shone with silver light, like a giant in silver armor. The other one carried a galaxy with him, like the king of the stars. The 2 of them descended, bringing with them the image of heaven and earth. The surrounding void started to crack apart rapidly. They were from the Battle Tribe. Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. The Crimson Divine Dragon snorted. Didn't the Sky Axe Battle King say that he had 2 companions? Damn it, they had been waiting here for 5 years. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not know how the other party found him so quickly. After all, very few people knew that they had come to the Eastern Wilderness from the Central State. It was impossible for a traitor to appear in the Immortal Palace. But how did the other party know? They must have found an expert who could deduce our fate. There were a few ancient sects in Middle Ground. The Crimson Divine Dragon explained. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Divining the heavenly secrets? Speaking of which, it was not impossible. But in the next moment his eyes shone brightly. A terrifying power surged from his body and shone in all directions. He was like the sun god of war, shrouding the surrounding sky. The crimson divine dragon also roared. Its body expanded and roared in the void. The silver battle monarch and the galaxy battle monarch had rushed over. When they saw Lin Xian, a cold smile appeared on their faces. "Kid, we finally found you. If you want to run, why don't you run?" The two battle kings sneered. Lin Xian snorted. "Why should I run? I came to the eastern wilderness to do something. However, the two of you don't know what's good for you. How dare you come to me? Don't you know that I've already killed your other two battle emperors? Don't be so arrogant. Don't scare us. It must be the experts of the Immortal Palace who attacked. Kid, you set up a trap to kill the two battle kings of the battle tribe. No matter what, today is the day you die. Surrender obediently and come back with me. Perhaps you will suffer less pain." The two battle kings' expressions were cold. In their opinion, Lin Xian was able to kill the other two battle kings because he had brought an expert to ambush them. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to succeed with his strength alone. "I brought people to ambush you? What a joke!" Lin Xian snorted. The two of them had underestimated him. However, this was also good. They came to throw away their lives so he could take care of them together. He wanted to let the world know the consequences of daring to chase after him. The four battle kings of the battle tribe would all be destroyed. "Kid, go to hell." The galaxy battle king snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, a large flag rose into the sky. It continued to enlarge in the sky, covering the sky and sun. It completely sealed off the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The large flag enveloped the heavenly palace and turned into a river of stars. It pressed down from the sky. The river of stars was vast and mighty. Stars flickered one after another inside, carrying an incomparably mysterious power. The entire void was shattered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also frowned. It seemed like they were going to be sealed. "In front of my river of stars, you have no power to resist at all. Be suppressed obediently." The Galaxy Battle King held the large flag in his hand and continuously used techniques. The river of stars quickly spun, forming a mysterious star chart and pressing down. Chapter 26:26. Especially the Galactic Warlord, he sneered. That was because the galactic flag was a super Dharma treasure that he had refined. It was used to suppress and seal, and it was extremely terrifying. Even a late-stage 8-star challenger could not escape from it, let alone his opponent. "You want to suppress me with a mere flag? How naive!" Looking at this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and he rushed into the sky. The 9-yang divine constitution unleashed its power, and the tense pressure instantly disappeared. He changed his position in the sky and quickly came to the sky. Then he punched out fiercely. With a boom, the entire void shattered. Countless thunder and lightning fell. That punch was so terrifying that it could shatter the heavens and the earth. The void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The Milky Way banner was also shaking nonstop. The sun, moon, and stars on it became dim and dull. It would shatter at any time. Damn it, how can this kid be so powerful? The two warlords' expressions changed, especially the Galactic Warlord, whose face was full of disbelief. "Suppress!" He roared and quickly formed seals with his hands. More power was injected into the galactic flag. However, Lin Xian's fist was getting more and more terrifying. It was like a sun that exploded in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The galactic flag was directly penetrated, and a black hole appeared. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky shattered. The Galactic Warlord also took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of horror. "Impossible! Damn it, how can you break my galactic flag?" He was too shocked. The Silver Warlord beside him was also stunned. He knew the power of the galactic flag. How could his opponent break it? Moreover, he broke it so easily? How did he break it? Lin Xian sneered. Can't you understand? Of course, he broke it with a punch. As he said that, he raised his fist again and smashed it forward. Damn it. Galactic slash. Seeing this, the galactic warlord roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, his palm turned into a sky full of stars, as if it was the universe. He wanted to cut Lin Xian in half. Boom, boom. The sky fell and the earth cracked. This punch directly split the galaxy into two halves. Not only that, but the galactic warlord's arm was also broken in an instant. He coughed up blood again and was sent flying. Just two punches, and the galactic war monarch was injured. One of his treasures was also smashed into pieces. This scene caused the two battle kings to be in disbelief, especially the galactic war monarch, who was completely dumbfounded. Damn brat, how dare you! Seeing that Lin Xian was about to make a move, the silver battle king, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. His figure flashed as he rushed over. The silver-white light on his body was monstrous. His entire being was like a god, shining with a supreme radiance. This was not his armor, but his physique. What he practiced was a silver body. It was an extremely terrifying body refining technique within the war race. Furthermore, it was a divine ability passed down from the ancient era. Indeed, the Silver Battle King not only had a silvery white glow on his body, but there were also strange patterns that covered his entire body, making him look mysterious. Kid, be careful. This seems to be an ancient body refining technique. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon warned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ancient body refining technique? So what? See how I'll beat you up. No matter how strong the body refining technique was, he was not afraid of it. What could be more powerful than his 9-yang divine body? Kid, go to hell. The Silver Battle King was filled with murderous intent. His eyes were filled with a cold light. The silver fist in his hand was like a meteor, as if it was going to shatter the entire world. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and primeval forests split open in an instant. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles had completely fallen. The mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away continued to collapse. This punch was extremely terrifying. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with a single punch. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian did not use any sword techniques, nor did he pull out the Dragon Source ancient sword. He still waved his fists and attacked. Boom. The two fists collided. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth, making an earth-shattering sound. The earth within hundreds of thousands of miles was completely split open, and countless canyons appeared. This scene was too terrifying. In the primeval forest below, countless monster kings exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Their blood gathered into a river. It was very tragic. The dark red divine dragon and the galaxy battle king also put up their defenses to resist. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked forward. Silver battle body? Ancient divine powers? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. A disdainful voice was heard. You're courting death. After the Silver Battle King heard it, he roared angrily. He waved his fists again to fight back. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, and the sky and earth were torn apart. Damn it, how could his body be so strong? The White Cloud Battle King was shocked. This should not be. According to their intelligence, the other party was an expert in the way of the sword and his sword techniques were outstanding. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party because he was very confident in his own body refining technique. No matter how strong the other party's sword technique was, it might not be able to break his body. But now, the other party did not draw his sword at all, nor did he use his sword chi. Instead, he used his fists to fight him in close combat. That really shocked him. If an ordinary person dared to fight like that, the Silver Battle King would definitely disdain him. He would destroy the other party with a single punch. Because his silver battle body was an ancient body refining technique, who could fight him in close combat. Unless it was a special bloodline power like the sacred physique. But now, the other party was able to contend with him. Not only that, but his arms were also numb and the blood in his body was tumbling. It was obvious that the other party was trying to suppress him. Damn it. I don't believe it. If it was the sacred physique that suppressed him, he would admit defeat. After all, the sacred physique had been passed down since ancient times and he might not be the other party's opponent. But now, he had never heard of the other party having a super bloodline. Damn it, could it be that the other party had also mastered a body refining technique? The Silver Battle King was extremely shocked. They had never collected this information before. In the distance, the Galaxy Battle King's broken arm had already recovered, but at this moment, he was extremely shocked. He knew the strength of the White Cloud Battle King. He did not dare to fight against the other party in close combat. But the other party did it. Damn it, how did this kid do it? He could not believe it. The dark red divine dragon looked into the distance and was also shocked. Was this the 9-yang divine body? It was too terrifying. He had only cultivated it for a few years and he was already able to contend with the silver battle body, an ancient technique. It had to be said that the 9-yang divine body was too powerful and magical. Sure enough, the Silver Battle King's face was extremely gloomy because he realized that the other party's strength was getting stronger and stronger. He punched the other party's fist, but it did not affect the other party at all. Instead, the blood in his body was tumbling and his arms were numb. Not good. The Silver Battle King's face changed. Chapter 26-27. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated. This loud voice was naturally from the Great Dragon Sword Soul in Lin Xian's body. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. Although Lin Xian did not use Sword Qi, it did not mean that he could not use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His Great Dragon Sword Soul could simulate everything. Coupled with the 9-yang divine body, his combat strength was unparalleled. Indeed, in the next moment, a terrifying phantom appeared on his fist and rushed out like a giant dragon. Boom! This punch shattered the sky and sunk the earth. The Silver Battle Monarch's pupils shrank. Damn it! Seeing that there was no way to escape, he could only roar. His body expanded and formed the phantom of a silver giant to fight back. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. It was like a bolt of thunder that pierced through the earth and exploded with unparalleled light. The Silver Battle Monarch took the punch head-on and then kept retreating, shattering the void. His arm was broken. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed his silver-white body red. What? He was injured? That was impossible. Seeing this, the Galactic Battle Monarch was stunned. There was someone who could injure the Silver Battle Monarch in close combat? This was something that he did not dare to imagine. Damn it. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. The other party was too terrifying. He decided to join forces with the other party. His body flashed and he wanted to go over to help. You want to leave? Come and play with me. The dark red dragon's tail was like a heavenly blade that shredded the void and blocked the Galactic Battle Monarch's path. Ruffian dragon, kill them one by one. Lin Xian said coldly from the side. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dark red divine dragon laughed. His body expanded as he rushed forward. You're courting death. Get lost. The Galactic Battle Monarch was furious. He struck out his palm and the stars in the sky spun and enveloped the dark red dragon. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would not be able to resist at all. However, the dark red dragon was extremely terrifying. Once the dragon used its ability, it roared in the void. It fought with the Galactic Battle Monarch. Don't look. Don't expect him to come and save you. Lin Xian said coldly as he looked ahead. White Cloud Battle King coldly snorted. Crackling sounds came from his body as Duan Li's arm was restored. The silver light on his body became even more monstrous. Lines of mysterious runes swam around like silver dragons. It was very mysterious. He said coldly, "Do you really think that you can kill me? Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you were able to force me back. Let me tell you, I didn't use my full strength just now." Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Just now, I only used 50% of my strength. What a bunch of nonsense. The Silver Battle King's face darkened. 50% of his strength? What a joke. He didn't believe it. Brat, don't be so eloquent. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Silver-white light flickered on his body, and a silver-armored war god appeared on his body, standing tall and upright. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-armored war god lifted his leg and stomped towards Lin Xian. It was as if a silver demonic mountain had descended from the sky. You want to hurt me with a mere illusion? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. His fist turned into a palm, and he slapped out. This time, not only did he use the 9-yang divine body, but he also used the great dragon sword soul. The combination of the power of the two terrifying unique skills was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian's palm transformed into a blazing sun at this moment. It soared into the clouds as if it was going to explode the entire sky. Whoosh boom. This palm was extremely terrifying as it blasted towards the silver foot. In an instant, the silver foot was ignited. Not only that, the silver foot was torn into pieces, and the silver light dimmed. The terrifying light pierced through the opponent's foot and headed towards the Silver Battle King. Peng the Silver Battle King also sent out a palm. Their palms collided once again, and a shocking light burst out. Boom, the Silver Battle King's palm was first broken, then it exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not only that, half of the Silver Battle King's body was burned and was completely deformed. He spat out blood once again and was sent flying. He smashed into the ground tens of thousands of miles away, creating a bottomless pit. Whoosh! Lin Xian did not hold back. He stretched out his palm and covered the sky. Under the power of the great dragon sword soul, his 5 fingers turned into 5 huge dragons. They circled around each other and grabbed towards the deep pit below. Green Dragon Hand. When this divine ability was used, it was extremely terrifying. "I'll get lost." The White Cloud Battle King roared. Then, a black light appeared in the sky and turned into a black moon. It went against the Green Dragon Hand in the Sky Palace. The sound of an intense collision was heard. The Green Dragon Hand was blocked. This surprised Lin Xian. The black moon kept spinning and finally formed a black pearl that floated in the sky. That pearl was very special. It was extremely black and emitted a terrifying aura that made people tremble. An ancient artifact. Lin Xian frowned. The aura of the black pearl was very special. It should be something passed down from the ancient times. It seemed that the Silver Battle King was very wealthy. After blocking the Azure Dragon palm, White Cloud Battle Monarch walked out of the rubble. His severed arm had been regenerated. However, his face was extremely pale. That was because he was seriously injured by the previous palm. Fortunately, he had many treasures in his possession, which temporarily suppressed his injuries. However, his eyes were getting colder and colder. "Kid, I have to admit that you can defeat me in close combat. How many years has it been? This is the first time. However, you can die in peace. Do you think that I only know how to fight in close combat?" At this point, the silver battle monarch formed a mudra with his palms, and an ancient silver lamp appeared before him. It was very ancient, and there were strange runes on it that flickered. On the mouth of the ancient silver lamp, there was a wisp of silver-white flame that was dancing. It was very evil. However, the power that it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even the dark red dragon in the distance frowned. "Damn it, what kind of flame is that?" "It's that thing." It seemed that the Silver Battle King was really angry. When the Galactic Battle King saw this, his eyes lit up. "Humph," he said, "you are definitely dead this time. That kid will definitely not be able to block this flame." Chapter 26-28. Silver Battle King's sinister voice could be heard. In the next moment, the ancient silver lamp in his hand floated forward. The ancient lamp emitted rays of light. Wisps of silver-white flames floated out from it and floated forward. Pooh, pooh, the void was instantly pierced through and even melted quickly, unable to withstand the power of the flames. There were a total of 6 flames, each the size of a palm. At this moment, they were spinning in the sky and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. "Die in peace." Silver Battle King laughed sinisterly. In the distance, Star River Battle King also revealed a smile. Dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched. What? It was actually the 3,000 white spirit fire. Damn it, why did he have such a thing in his hand? He knew that the flames were terrifying. If there were enough of them, they could even burn an invincible king to death. He wondered if that brat could block it with his 9 yang divine body's current power. Lin Xian instantly felt danger. The 6 silver flames were a great threat to him. In an instant, they joined together and enveloped him. Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he used his 9 yang divine body. He was like a golden god of war, standing in the void and fighting against the 6 silver-white flames. "It's useless, you can't block it." Silver Battle King sneered. The 6 silver-white flames exploded with an unparalleled temperature, instantly melting the void around Lin Xian. Black holes appeared one after another. Soon, they jumped onto Lin Xian's body. The 6 flames suddenly grew larger, each of them more than 10 meters long, forming a sea of fire that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Everything was over. White Cloud Battle King laughed loudly. As long as he was burned by the flames, he would definitely die. No matter how strong that brat was, he would not be able to resist it. "Is this your trump card?" "It's only a so-so." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Silver Battle King's laughter instantly stopped. His expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes were wide open. He let out a terrifying gaze. "Damn it, this is impossible. How could you still be alive?" If the other party was touched by this flame, he should have instantly turned into ashes. However, how could the other party speak? Could it be that the other party had some secret treasure? He was extremely shocked. He guessed that the other party might have a fragment of a saint. If that happened, it would indeed be troublesome. In the distance, Star and Warlord also turned their heads to look. However, in the next moment, the 2 battle kings sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They saw a figure standing within the silver flames, allowing the countless flames to burn him. However, he was like a demon god, not moving at all. No defense? He didn't put up any defenses? Damn it, how is this possible? The 2 battle kings were stunned, especially the silver-white battle king, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He even suspected that his 3,000 spiritual fires had lost their effectiveness. Outside, the 2 battle kings were shocked. Inside the flames, Lin Xian was wild with joy. He discovered that the silver-white flame contained a very strong energy and was incomparably hot. It was very suitable for tempering his 9 yang divine body. Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. The next moment he formed a seal with his palms and walked in the silver-white flames that filled the sky. He began to refine his 9 yang divine body. The 9 yang divine body was extremely tough and young. One of the requirements was that it required extremely strong flames to temper the body. Originally, Lin Xian was having a headache over this matter. He was thinking about where to get those doubts of heaven and earth. However, he didn't expect that not long after he came out, someone would take the initiative to come to him. He had to get that ancient silver-white lamp. Damn it, what is he doing? The Galactic Battle King was shocked when he saw this scene. He was tempering his body. The White Cloud Battle King also screamed. He was an expert in body refinement and had an ancient body refinement technique. He naturally knew what the other party's actions meant. Damn, this brat is really crazy. The dark red dragon's eyelids also twitched. The two Battle Kings' faces were completely dark. Their trump cards could even injure an invincible Battle King. However, in the hands of the other party, it had become a cultivation resource. Damn it. Go to hell. The Silver Battle King roared and activated the black pearl above his head. It turned into a black sun again and pressed down from the sky. The black pearl emitted 10,000 rays of light and fell from the sky, crushing the void. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. This was an extremely terrifying power. Clearly, the black bead was also an ancient treasure. However, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He stretched out his palm and slashed forward like a peerless divine sword. A shocking light soared into the sky and struck the black sun, sending it flying. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. A large crack spread in the sky and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the Silver Battle King. With the power of Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body, the sword chi from one hand was no weaker than a heaven-grade artifact. The White Cloud Battle King was shocked. He didn't expect a casual sword chi from the other party to be so terrifying. He hurriedly controlled the black pearl to resist. On the other hand, Lin Xian was absorbing the power of the silver flames in an unbridled manner to temper his 9 yang divine body. Finally, mysterious runes appeared on the 9 yang divine body. They quickly rotated and absorbed all the silver flames. Lin Xian roared. His body shone with boundless light. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes emitted a biting cold aura. To be honest, this kind of cultivation was extremely painful for him. However, with his tenacious character, he forcefully endured it, because he knew that this was the only way for his 9 yang divine body to evolve and break through. He roared and tore through the void. Sword light and terrifying fists filled the sky as he quickly attacked. Damn it! The Silver Battle King once again activated the Black Pearl and the Silver Ancient Lamp to resist. Lin Xian waved his hand and the Dragon Sword domain surged out. It transformed into an azure dragon and clashed with the Black Pearl. As for himself, he charged towards the Silver Battle King. This antique lamp of yours is really a good item. Now leave it to me. Lin Xian waved his hand and tore through the void, firmly locking onto the Silver Ancient Lamp. Damn brat, scram. The Silver Battle King was furious. This was his treasure. How could he allow it to be given to someone else? Chapter 26-29. What? Bain was killed? Galactic warlord, who was fighting in the distance, roared when he saw this scene. He had been fighting to a draw with the dark red dragon in front of him. Therefore he could not help. However, he did not expect that Bain would be killed in such a short time. How terrifying was the other party? He did not dare to imagine. He turned around and fled. You want to escape? Can you escape? The dark red dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws, and the killing array that was hidden in the surroundings was immediately activated. Countless murderous auras turned into streaks of sharp saber lights and sword shadows, rushing over. In an instant, the Galactic Warlord was surrounded. Get lost. Galactic Warlord roared. The power of the galaxy flowed, and several streaks of light blasted away the attacks. However, this delay allowed Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to surround him one after another. It was time to end this. Lin Xian looked at the other party, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the war tribe will not let you go. Galactic Warlord roared. He had never thought that he would be killed like this one day. This was something he had never encountered before. Lin Xian sneered. I've already killed 3 war kings. One more won't make a difference. So what if I offend the war tribe? What can the war tribe do to me? Buzz. As he spoke, mysterious runes flowed on his body. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow with both hands and quickly slashed it down. Boom, boom. An intense battle broke out. After dozens of moves, Galactic Warlord's body was split in half. A soul tried to escape, but it was caught by the dark red dragon and swallowed. Dragon's flame, refine. The dark red dragon's blood surged as it used the dragon's grand technique to completely destroy the soul of the other party. Soon, the 2 war kings were completely destroyed. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings and Dharma treasures of the 2 war kings. They even took away the corpses. It was tens of thousands of miles away from here. The war tribe, the place where the longevity tablets of the 4 war kings were enshrined, had also undergone a change. Cracks appeared on the longevity badges of the 4 people. Then they split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. This scene caused a great commotion in the war race. This meant that all 4 battle monarchs had been killed. Damn it, who is it? Who did it? The battle race expert roared madly. The 4 great battle kings were extremely powerful elite existences within their battle clan. They were the 4 geniuses who had the potential to become invincible kings in the future. But now, he was actually killed by someone. The 4 battle kings were killed because they were chasing after that brat. Could it be that it was that kid who did it? Impossible. What ability did that brat have to be able to kill 4 great war kings? Damn it. Don't tell me that Immortal Palace's unmatched king took action? Humph, they have invincible kings. Do you think we don't? Discussions and cold snorts could be heard. However, at this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. Get to the bottom of this matter before you take action. The war race's martial artists quickly gathered information. They swore that once they investigated, they would immediately take action. No matter who it was that killed their 4 great war kings, they would not forgive the other party. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon returned to the Black Earth and began to clean up the spoils of war. Among them, Lin Xian directly handed these matters to the dark red divine dragon and let it do it. He held the ancient silver lamp, and his eyes erupted with golden light. The Silver Battle King's soul imprint was engraved on the ancient silver lamp. Chapter 26-30. In the terrifying palace, an old man stood up. Countless silver flames danced on his body. Damn it, how dare you kill my grandson? How dare you snatch my 3,000 spiritual lamps? No matter who you are, no matter where you run to, I will kill you. It turned out that the ancient silver lamp did not belong to the Silver Battle King, but to this invincible king. White Spirit King said. However, he was very fond of his grandson, so he gave his treasure, the White Spirit Lamp, to the Silver Battle King. Moreover, he left a soul imprint on it. To be honest, he was not worried. because the 3,000 spiritual lamps were extremely terrifying. No one below the invincible king could fight against it. Even powerless kings would not dare to provoke it easily. Therefore, as long as the Silver Battle King took out the 3,000 spiritual lamps, he would be safe. He could even escape from the hands of an invincible king. However, who would have thought that his grandson would actually be killed by someone? Even the 100-spirit lamp was snatched away. This invincible king could not tolerate it at all. On the side of the war tribe, there was a torrential roar. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. At this moment, he was in the black earth, controlling the white spirit flame. He was cultivating under the silver-white flames. The 9-yang divine body was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian had the cultivation method for the first 3 levels in his hands. Every level was subdivided into 9 stages. Now, after more than 5 years of cultivation, Lin Xian had reached the 3rd stage of the first level. At this moment, he was using the silver-white flames to head towards the 4th stage. The dark red divine dragon ate the corpses of the 2 battle kings and refined their qi and blood, absorbing them into its own energy. Not only that, he was also working hard to refine all the heaven-grade treasures of the other party. He had a lot of priceless treasures in his hands. Therefore, during the battle, he did not need to use the abilities of the dragons. He only needed to control these heaven-grade treasures. This was very delightful for him. After flying for about 10 days, the Black Earth sent news that a human city had been discovered ahead. Hearing this, Lin Xian stood up and retracted the silver flames that filled the sky. The Crimson Divine Dragon also raised its head. Had they arrived? With a flash, the 2 of them left the Black Earth and quickly landed in the direction of a nearby human city. Great Wood City. It was a bustling city in the eastern wasteland. It occupied a vast area of over 1 million miles. It could be said to be an abnormally terrifying behemoth. There were even invincible kings in this city. After Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed, they paid the entrance fee and walked in. It was very lively inside. All kinds of martial artists, from low to high level, could be seen everywhere. Lin Xian even stumbled into 2 undefeatable emperors on the street. Although the other party didn't emit any powerful aura, Lin Xian could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the other party. If it was before, he would have had to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to resist this pressure. But now, he had nothing to fear. Just the 9-yang divine body alone would be able to withstand this kind of pressure. As such, he calmly walked past the peerless emperors. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Normally, even peerless mighty figures would have to take a detour when they saw an invincible king. However, the young man in front of them was so bold. Wasn't he unaffected? Who was he? Which family did he come from? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Lin Xian's reputation was very strong in Zhongzhou, but it hadn't spread in the eastern wasteland. Moreover, even if the people of the sacred grounds knew of Lin Xian's name, not many of them had really seen him. Moreover, those people couldn't guess that Lin Xian would come to the eastern wasteland at this time. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was talking about Lin Xian's identity and made all kinds of guesses. Lin Xian found a grocery store and bought a map of the eastern wasteland. Then, he asked for the location of this place. After coming out, his eyes flickered. This place wasn't far from the Yi family, but it wasn't close either. If he wanted to fly, it would take about 3 months. 3 months was a long time for ordinary people, but for a cultivator like him, it was almost the blink of an eye. Now, he would have to go into seclusion for several years. Lin Xian didn't plan to use the teleportation array. He planned to take the Black Earth and fly over. It just so happened that during these 3 months, he could continue to use the silver flames to temper the 9-yang divine body and make his body improve again. The 2 of them left Greatwood City and took the Black Earth to set off. They handed the map to Hey Tuesday. Lin Xian cultivated in peace. The dark red divine dragon also continued to refine the heaven-grade treasures. A month passed. Lin Xian was bathed in the silver flames. Every day, he would let out a miserable scream. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. Originally, he wanted to borrow the 9 Yang Divine Bodies cultivation technique to take a look. But now, seeing this scene, he decisively gave up on the idea. He didn't want to suffer the pain of being burned by the flames all day long. Moreover, he heard that he would have to be struck by tribulation lightning later. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Lin Xian could already withstand the flickering of the silver flames. At this moment, the 12 silver flames turned into a monstrous waterfall of flames that enveloped him. As for him, he cultivated the 9 Yang Divine Body in these flames. About 5 or 6 days later, the black earth suddenly stopped. Kato said, "Not good, we've been stopped." Did he stop them? What's going on? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 12 silver-white flames floated back into the 100-spirit lamp. Whoosh! He walked out. The dark red divine dragon at the side also put away the black beads. Motherfucker, who dares to stand in our way? Could it be those people from the war race again? They gritted their teeth and walked out again. Sure enough, they saw 6 figures in front of them. They were very fast, like ghosts. They rushed over quickly. The 6 figures were very mysterious. From head to toe, they were wrapped in black mist. It was impossible to see their true form. What the hell? The dark red divine dragon frowned. It was actually mysterious people who came this time? Why did they have to hide their heads and show their tails to kill them? He sneered and was about to speak. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the 6 figures in front of them stopped not far away from them and didn't make a move. Instead, they said coldly, "Since this path is blocked, the 2 of you should take another path." It didn't work? Another direction? What do you mean? Lin Xian frowned. This was the direction to the Yi family. Could it be that they wanted him to take a detour? You two, we're all here to make a living. Please understand us. We're just following orders. The 6 black-robed men said in a deep voice. Well, the other party didn't have any intention of making a move on him. Lin Xian wasn't willing to make a move either. Wasn't it just a detour? It wasn't a big deal. Besides, he could still cultivate for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly left with a flash. Chapter 2631. After entering the black earth, the dark red dragon muttered, "Damn, why is this so strange? Which sacred ground or sect is doing something here? How dare they block the way? Could it be that something happened in front? Or did they find some treasure? They don't know." Lin Xian shook his head. "Forget it, don't think too much." Next, they continued to cultivate. They began to fly around. However, after a few days, the black earth stopped again, and they were stopped again. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and used his soul force to look outside. What's going on? It's these mysterious people again. The dark red dragon also frowned. Damn, what the hell is going on? Because in front of them, 6 mysterious people appeared again. Just like before, they were wearing black robes and were shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. They lined up in a row and blocked the way. "The road here is blocked, please take a detour." They didn't make a move and just blocked the way. "Kid, what should we do?" The dark red dragon asked. "Detour." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the black earth turned around and quickly left. 3 days later, Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Because in front of them, 6 black-robed men appeared again and blocked the way. "The road here is blocked, please take a detour." Damn. Is there no end to this? The dark red dragon was also angry. Damn, we've already taken a detour 3 times. In the end, it's still blocked. What's the meaning of this? Are they playing with us? Or are these 6 black-robed men originally from the same group? Something strange. Lin Xian frowned. They originally thought that only one of the routes was blocked, but now it seemed that a mysterious person had directly blocked the entire area in front. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to be using a formation, but a man-made blockade. Kid, this is very strange. This kind of man-made blockade consumes too many martial artists, and it's easy for accidents to happen. Can't they just use a formation directly? However, these people didn't use a formation. Is this really strange? The dark red dragon also frowned and couldn't understand. Unless they have some scruples? Should we still take a detour? He asked. No. Lin Xian shook his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It would appear that they had truly sealed off the entire region. This way, no matter where we go, if we want to continue moving forward, we will definitely clash with the other party. Since there would be a conflict sooner or later, what was the point of taking a detour? Understood. The dark red divine dragon nodded. This was the beginning of a battle. He walked out of the black earth together with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the auras of the 6 mysterious black-clothed men became even more serious. Together, it was like a black sea, exuding incomparable power. The surrounding void became congealed, and the pressure was so great that it was difficult to breathe. Clearly, this was a show of force. They wanted to use strong pressure to make Lin Xian and the dark red dragon back off. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The blood and qi in his body surged, and a powerful force instantly shattered the compressed space around him. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 6 people at the front changed. It seemed that the other party was an expert. The 6 of them looked at each other. Then, the black-robed man at the front walked out and said in a deep voice, "Friend, if it is inconvenient, please leave." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more and said coldly, "I have already given you face 3 times and spared you 3 times. But you still dare to stop me? What, does this territory belong to your family? You still won't let the others leave? Of course, this is not our family's territory. But now, it is under our control. Humph, how arrogant. The Yi family is in front of us. How dare you control the territory of the remote antiquity families?" Lin Xian sneered. The remote antiquity families were great emperor families. They were even more terrifying than sacred grounds and large sections. There were basically no other forces in the place where they were. Even if there were countless cities, they were all under the control of the remote antiquity families. But now, the black-clothed men in front of them were saying that this place was under their control? What a joke! Would they dare to go against the Yi family? We don't know what the remote antiquity families are. In short, no one is allowed to go forward. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Speaking of this, the 6 black-clothed men exuded boundless killing intent. It soared into the sky like 6 peerless killing swords. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian sneered. "What if I insist on going forward?" The eyes of the black-clothed man in the middle suddenly shone with a cold light. With a roar, the 6 of them moved quickly. 6 unparalleled sword gleams slashed down, shrouding Lin Xian within. The 6 black-clothed men were extremely terrifying. When the 6 of them joined forces, they could kill a peerless almighty. But this time, they slashed empty air. Lin Xian's body suddenly disappeared from the sky without a trace. The 6 black-clothed men's faces changed. Damn it, hurry up and defend. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could evade their attacks. The black aura on the 6 black-clothed men trembled and formed 6 pitch-black shields. They connected to each other and formed a boundary to protect their bodies. Boom! Just as they finished doing all this, a huge fist appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The fist was unparalleled. It shone with a bright light and even had a sharp sword aura. In an instant, it arrived above the 6 black-clothed men and landed mercilessly. The 6 black-clothed men roared and waved their terrifying sword auras to meet the attack. They did not think that Lin Xian could fight against them. Boom! But when they came into contact with the fist, their faces changed. The reason for that was because that punch was simply too terrifying. It was as if the fist of a god was pressing down mercilessly. Their sword auras shattered into countless pieces in the sky and scattered in all directions. The 6 black-clothed men were instantly enveloped by the fist. When the fist disappeared, the 6 black-clothed men turned into a bloody mist and floated in the sky. They really overestimated themselves. The dark red dragon sneered when he saw this. Even the war tribe's elites were no match for Lin Xian, let alone these 6 black-clothed men. Fighting against Lin Xian would only lead to death. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and flew forward with the dark red dragon. This time, the two of them were very fast. I'm going to the Yi family for something. I can't go back, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yi family? You want to go to the Yi family? The figures in the sky were stunned. Then they became ferocious and eerie. If that's the case, I can't let you live. Just die obediently for me. At this point, his voice became shrill as if he was a demon pouncing on its prey. Boom! Thousands of demons moved together and charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Boom! A great battle broke out. While Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were fighting, another shocking battle broke out in the east. This battle was very fierce and cruel. It was not any weaker than the one on Lin Xian's side. Moreover, one of the figures was covered in golden blood. He was like a golden god of war. His power seemed to be even more terrifying than Lin Xian's divine nine-yang body. There were very few people in the younger generation who could reach this stage. Almost none. If there was one, it would be the Yi family's sacred body. After all, the sacred body had been passed down since ancient times and was incomparably sacred. Moreover, Yi Wudao had been cultivating it since he was young. It could be said that he was even more terrifying than Lin Xian's divine nine-yang body. That's right, the one fighting was Yi Wudao. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was stained with blood, and his face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were very cold. There was even a boundless killing intent. Beside him, 7 corpses had already fallen. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse. In the outside world, they were peerless powerhouses who dominated a region. However, at this moment, he had become a wandering ghost. The ground beneath their feet was shattered. The blood of the peerless powerhouses was too terrifying. It sank into the earth and caused countless cracks to appear. A sinister wind blew in all directions, and a rain of blood fell. It was a scene of apocalypse. Beside Yi Wudao were 8 or 9 figures, all of them shining with golden light. They were also Yi family cultivators. There were middle-aged men and elders. Without exception, they were all very powerful. However, they were also covered in blood. Some of them were even injured. At this moment, they looked around in madness. Damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you attack the Yi family? Do you really want to die? Get out of here. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, when I catch you, the Yi family will bring a peerless sacred weapon and wipe you out. Is that so? Wipe us out? You really are naive. Do you think I'll let you leave alive? Do you think the Yi family will know? Don't worry. By the time the Yi family finds out, we'll be long gone. We've already decided to kill Yi Wudao. We won't come out for 1,000 years. No matter how strong the Yi family is, do you really think you can find us? When the Yi family cultivators heard this, their pupils constricted. Yi Wudao's expression turned cold. His opponent had actually made such a plan. It seemed they really were determined to kill him. But who would want to kill him? Yi Wudao couldn't figure it out. The other clans of the primordial ancients? Or one of the top holy lands? He didn't know. He had a saint physique, and was the most important genius of the Yi family. Basically, no one dared to do anything to him. That was because if he died, the Yi family would definitely go crazy. They would use their supreme holy weapons, or even extreme weapons to destroy their enemies. Therefore, even if they hated Yi Wudao, they wouldn't dare to make a move. But now, someone had actually dared to make a move on him. And it was a deadly move. Chapter 2633. But you're so naive. Of course, you can't let the sacred physique continue to grow. The experts in front of him were also covered in black mist, covering their faces. Their killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. Obviously, they were all peerless experts. Damn it, who is it? The elders of the Yi family roared. They had a few targets in mind, but they weren't sure. They couldn't believe that these people would dare to do this. Yi Wudao snorted. So, the person who ordered you is afraid of me? What a waste. It seems that he can't beat me in a direct confrontation, So he came up with such a dirty trick. Even if he succeeds, he's still a waste. Do you think that such a waste can ascend the path of a great emperor? What a joke! Yi Wudao knew that the person who killed him was jealous and afraid of him. He had a high chance of walking the path of a great emperor and succeeding. Obviously, there were other peerless geniuses who didn't want him to walk the path of a great emperor. Therefore, before he fully matured, he wanted to kill him. But was he that easy to kill? Kid, it seems that you know more than those old guys. Very well, you're a smart person. I'll give you a choice. Now, kneel on the ground and accept your death. Don't resist and I'll give you a quick death. That way, even if you're killed, you won't feel too much pain. Otherwise, if you dare to resist and we catch you, your fate will be miserable. I heard that your blood contains supreme energy. I really want to see it and refine you into a pill. Ha! The mysterious people laughed crazily, their eyes burning with passion. Indeed, this was the descendant of a great emperor, and the most terrifying sacred physique among the descendants of great emperors. His physique and bloodline were definitely a supreme divine medicine. If they could get their hands on it, they might even be able to obtain the power of a sacred physique. Thinking of this, they became even crazier. Go! Kill him! Kill Yi Wudao! Boom! The dozens of supreme mighty beings on the other side rushed over as though they had gone berserk, causing the entire firmament to shatter. Protect Wudao! The 8 elders of the Yi family roared in anger and quickly counterattacked as well. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful. They were like golden giants, destroying everything in their path. Leaf Daodenier was even more shocking. His golden fists slammed into the almighty experts, causing them to cough up blood. However, these mysterious almighties were not to be trifled with either. Their strength was also very powerful. So for a while they fought very fiercely. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Leaf Daodenier roared, and the terrifying projection of an immortal king erupted from him. He was like a mountain giant looking down on everything. Boom! With a single punch, the 2 peerless almighties who were charging at him were blasted into a bloody mist. The elders of the Yi family also used their ultimate skills. A few of them even took out their saints' fragments. He killed all the peerless almighties around him. Do you really think that the Yi family is easy to bully? These people from the Yi family were very strong. Even though they had fewer people, they still had the upper hand. Whoosh, the remaining people did not attack again. Instead, they retreated. They let out long howls one after another. Hum in the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. More than a dozen powerful figures appeared. More than a dozen peerless almighties. As soon as they appeared, they joined hands and formed one killing formation after another. Terrifying killing intent emanated from them. It was a terrifying spell formation, which then shot toward Leaf Daodenier and the others. They were courting death. Elders, there was no need to hold back. Leaf Daodenier roared, and the projection of his immortal king blasted out in all directions. At this moment, Leaf Daodenier was so powerful that he surpassed the younger generation. Even the elders could not help but sigh at their inferiority. Damn it! Let's work together and kill the Saint Physique. The mysterious experts roared as well. They realized that Leaf Daodenier was too terrifying. None of them were his match in a one-on-one fight. Not even 2 or 3 of them working together. It would take 7 or 8 people working together to suppress him. Hum! A long spear streaked through the air, carrying terrifying thunder as it transformed into a lightning dragon. On the other side, a fan appeared, transforming into a mountain that pressed down from the sky. A fiery red greatsword and a terrifying axe appeared. One terrifying weapon after another descended from the sky, enveloping Leaf Daodenier. Leaf Daodenier's golden blood chi surged to the sky. He punched out, shattering the thunder spear, mountain fan, and flaming sword. You want to kill me? In your next life. Leaf Daodenier was very powerful. The others were shocked and frantically retreated. Damn it! This guy was too terrifying. Was this the power of a Saint Physique? It was terrifying indeed. They had been entrusted to kill him. Originally, they thought that no matter how strong Leaf Daodenier was, He was only from the younger generation. With so many peerless almighties working together, how could they not kill him? But when they really fought, they realized that they were wrong. Their opponent was too strong. He was so strong that they could not believe it. With so many peerless almighties attacking him, not only did he not die, but he also killed many of their peerless almighties. His methods were heaven-defying. No wonder someone wanted to kill him. There were probably not many people on the Emperor Road who could be his match. But so what? Today he would die without a doubt. On their side, someone had also opened the Saint fragment. It was a broken red hammer, but it emitted a monstrous Saint aura. It was the fragment of the Saint weapon. You want to compete with me in weapons? You're courting death. Leaf Dao Denier snorted. He raised his hand, and a bronze cauldron appeared above his head, releasing a myriad of auras. This was a celestial Emperor cauldron replica. It was extremely terrifying and was a forbidden weapon that the Yi family had specially made for Leaf Dao Denier. Sure enough, Leaf Dao Denier activated the Heaven and Earth cauldron, releasing a supreme divine aura to fight against the Saint fragment. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a burst of energy swept out in all directions. Many peerless almighties were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Leaf Dao Denier stood there unscathed. "It's like you want to kill me? Is that so?" Right at this moment, a series of gloomy and cold voices sounded out. Bush, bush, bush. Four figures appeared around him. They were four extremely terrifying and mysterious people, and their auras were terrifying. Each of them was a late-stage 8-star king. At that moment, the four of them joined forces and formed a domain that completely imprisoned Leaf Dao Denier. Damn it! When the elders of the Yi family saw this scene, their expressions changed. They attacked the four late-stage 8-star powerhouses one after another. However, they were currently restrained by countless peerless almighties, so they could not use their full strength for the time being. Chapter 2634. Although he was powerful, he was not a god. This had put him in danger. However, as a saint physique, Yi Wudao would not submit. He roared angrily and used all kinds of ultimate techniques. The immortal king activated the celestial Emperor cauldron, erupting with unparalleled power. After an earth-shaking battle, 2 late-stage 8-star kings were killed, and 1 late-stage 8-star king was severely injured. The other retreated with a pale face. Yi Wudao was not in a good state either. He was also seriously injured in this battle. Moreover, he had exhausted too much energy and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Pooh! Yi Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was incomparably pale. He formed a seal with his palms, and the broken bones in his body quickly healed. The blood chi in his body kept rolling, repairing his injuries. The surrounding mysterious peerless mighty figures were astounded by this scene. Damn it, was he still human? 4 late-stage 8-star kings couldn't kill him even after joining forces? He even killed 2 of them and seriously injured 1. This method was too terrifying. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. So what? He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and didn't have much strength left. Let's attack together. This time, we will definitely be able to kill him. These people sneered again and again. One by one, they held their weapons and slowly approached. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Yi Wudao took out 2 pills and swallowed them. A hint of blood red appeared in his eyes, and a volcano-like power erupted from him. Damn it! The expressions of those supreme experts changed. Damn it, his power! What did he... Stop him! Don't let him recover! These people attacked crazily. However, Yi Wudao ate the pills secretly concocted by the Yi family. These pills were very precious. Usually he couldn't bear to eat them. But now he couldn't care less. Sure enough, his exhausted energy was quickly recovering, and the others attacked crazily. However, the immortal King Phantom waved the celestial Emperor cauldron and blocked all the terrifying energy. For a moment, they couldn't stop it at all. Yi Wudao snorted coldly. The elders of the Yi family also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Wudao recovered, They would join forces and fight their way out. However, in the next moment, their expressions suddenly changed. Not good, run. They cried out in alarm. Leaf Doudennier's pupils constricted. Although he still hadn't fully recovered, he couldn't afford to be careless. Instantly, Lin Fan dodged to the side and dodged swiftly. At this moment, he was using all of his strength, and the power of bloodline was unleashed madly as well. At the same time, he recalled the Celestial Emperor's cauldron to protect him. Even as Leaf Doudennier took action, a hand descended from the sky. It was like the palm of a god, bringing with it a supreme divine might. Invincible King. The Invincible King had made his move. The faces of the elders of the Yi family changed. Damn it, the other party actually sent King Lai Wudi to kill them. This time, it was really dangerous. Thankfully, Leaf Doudennier reacted quickly and decisively, drawing on all the power he could muster to avoid the attack. However, the palm wind still struck him, shattering half of his body. More than half of Leaf Doudennier's bones were broken, and he slammed into the ground. He kept retreating. Crackling sounds came from his body as he quickly recovered. Damn it, it's an invincible king. His expression was extremely ugly. Do you really think you can escape? A cold voice rang out, and the sky was torn apart as an imposing figure descended. His terrifying aura was like that of a fiend god as he looked down. He was an invincible king. However, this invincible king was also wrapped in a black mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Aren't you afraid of the Yi family's revenge? The elders of the Yi family howled in rage. This invincible king was definitely someone important, and might even be acquainted with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used a black mist to cover his face. The dead don't need to know so much. The mysterious invincible king said coldly. He slowly raised his hand. Now, everything was over. His palm blotted out the sky, forming a five-fingered mountain that enveloped Leaf Doudennier. Leaf Doudennier roared and used the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. There was nothing he could do. Although he was strong, he was still a junior. Compared to invincible kings, he was still somewhat lacking. At the very least, he couldn't contend with invincible kings. You're courting death. The elders of the Yi family roared, and the 8 of them joined forces to attack with the Emperor of Heaven replica. In the blink of an eye, they sent the invincible king's palm flying. Then, the 8 of them surrounded Leaf Doudennier and protected him. Let's kill our way out. They poured all of their power into the heaven and earth replica. It was a forbidden treasure refined by a supreme sage, and was extremely terrifying. Now that the 9 of them were using all of their power, it erupted with incomparable power. So what if you're an invincible king? Do you think we can't fight you? The Yi family elder snorted. The invincible king frowned, and the faces of the others fell. They had underestimated their opponent. Is that so? If one invincible king isn't enough, then what about 2? Another cold laugh rang out. As soon as the voice rang out, heaven and earth cracked, and a supreme divine might descended. Not good. The faces of the Yi family members fell. Leaf Doudennier's eyes shone with a terrifying light. A second invincible king had appeared. In order to kill him, the Yi family had mobilized 2 invincible kings. Damn it, why hasn't the Yi family sent anyone? The expressions of the Yi family elders changed. This wasn't the first day they were being hunted. They had been hunted for 5 or 6 days already. They had spread the news a long time ago, and logically speaking, the Yi family should have sent experts to rescue them. But now, there was no news at all. Don't count on the Yi family to save you. We've already set up an inescapable net to intercept all news. The Yi family doesn't know that you're being threatened. So you can die in peace. The second invincible king sneered. To be more precise, the second invincible king was a little strange because there were 2 figures. One was a beast and the other was a human. The human figure wasn't an invincible king, but a late-stage 8-star almighty. However, the demonic beast beside him was an invincible demonic king. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused the surrounding Almighty to tremble. Tiger Flood Dragon. This was actually a tiger flood dragon. It had the upper body of a tiger, but the lower body of a flood dragon. Its huge tail was constantly flapping. It was covered in scales, and a pair of blood-red wings grew from its back. It looked very sinister. Chapter 2635. It was too terrifying. Everyone in the Yi family had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao's expression was grave. Two invincible kings working together was something they couldn't handle. Unless they used other trump cards. However, who knew if there would be other invincible kings among them? Furthermore, the two invincible kings definitely had some shocking trump cards. Therefore, they didn't dare to fight anymore and quickly fled. They activated the Celestial Emperor's Cauldron replica, and 10,000 rays of light descended, enveloping them as they fled into the distance. You want to leave? Stay here. The invincible king of the human race roared and punched out. A terrifying fist shot out like a meteor. The tiger WM roared and spread its wings, spitting out a blood-colored bolt of lightning. The attacks of the two invincible kings collided with the heaven and earth replica, causing it to tremble violently. Yi Wudao and the Yi family elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. However, they gritted their teeth and fled with all their might, not stopping at all. They definitely couldn't let them return to the Yi family alive. After the two invincible kings gave the order, dozens of peerless almighties rushed into the sky and chased after them. The great escape of 10,000 miles thus began. Logically speaking, the Yi family should have received the news, but this time, they had underestimated their opponents. Their opponents were too mysterious, and their methods were too strange. At the same time, they were very careful and didn't get too close to the Yi family. Instead, they set up an inescapable net far away from the Yi family. It would take an ordinary king 1 or 2 months to fly this distance. It was extremely far. Therefore, the Yi family had no idea that someone would set up a trap there and block all information. They blocked off all paths to the Yi family. Anyone who got close to the Yi family would be stopped. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed. Furthermore, they secretly followed the people of the Yi family and used invincible kings to kill them. Therefore, for the time being, no one knew. The Yi family didn't notice anything amiss, not because they were careless, but because they felt that no one would dare to make a move against them. After all, they were a primordial clan with a strong foundation. They were a great emperor clan. Their clan had a supreme weapon to suppress them. Who would be stupid enough to make a move against such a terrifying force? However, there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and really made a move. This was also the reason why Lin Xian had encountered the mysterious man in black 3 times after changing directions. These people would not allow anyone to get close to the Yi family. Lin Xian was also blocked, so an intense battle broke out. A mysterious late-stage 8-star monarch was controlling over 1,000 terrifying corpses to battle Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. However, he had still underestimated these two people. In the end, over 1,000 corpses were destroyed, turning into a bloody mist. This time, nothing was left behind. That late-stage 8-star monarch was also torn apart by the dark red divine dragon. Phew, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face. Don't be careless and leave quickly. Someone else is coming. Indeed, through his soul power, he could sense that there were people rapidly approaching from tens of thousands of miles away. Damn it, he's really like a ghost that won't go away. The dark red divine dragon spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva, feeling extremely displeased. In any case, these late-stage 8-star kings are no match for us. However, his face turned green in an instant. Fuck, invincible kings. Leave quickly. As he spoke, he swung his dragon tail, tore through the void, and fled into the distance. Lin Xian also used the chaotic yin-yang steps. His entire body turned into yin-yang energy as he moved quickly in the sky. As soon as they left, a saber light tore through the sky, shattering the entire void. The terrifying saber light swept across heaven and earth. This saber was simply too terrifying. This was because it was slashed by an invincible king. Boom, boom, pung. Although the saber light did not hit the two of them, the terrifying shockwave still engulfed Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The two of them were bombarded by the energy shockwave and kept retreating. Fortunately, both of their physiques were very strong. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body shone brightly, resisting the energy that filled the sky. As a member of the dragons, the dark red divine dragon's defense was also extremely strong. Although he was grimacing in pain, there were no cracks or wounds on his body. If someone saw this scene, their jaw would definitely drop. This was because even a late-stage 8-star king would not be able to escape from this saber strike. The invincible king who had rushed over was stunned when his saber missed. His face became incomparably gloomy. He attacked again, and the saber light that filled the sky turned into a torrent that spread in all directions. The two of you can't escape. Go. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not delay. The two of them entered the black earth and flew at full speed, directly jumping through space. It was not easy for them to fight with an invincible king now. Wanna leave? Not so easy. In the sky, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared with a snow-white saber on his back. It was the invincible king who had attacked earlier. Looking at the escaping black light, he chased after it. The invincible king was very fast and caught up to the black earth. He raised his arm, and a snow-white saber light flew out and slashed on the black earth. Bang! The black earth rolled and shattered the void. Buzz! Runes flashed on it, forming a formation that directly tore through the void and disappeared. Damn it, it's a teleportation formation. Seeing this scene, the invincible King Swordsman's expression changed. He did not expect the other party's spirit ship to be so magical that it could withstand his saber. Moreover, it could teleport. Million Saber Domain. He formed a seal with his palms, and a huge king domain spread out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. And it continued to expand. The biting cold saber light swept across heaven and earth, trying to find the other party's traces. But he could not find them. Damn it, they actually teleported such a long distance. He did not continue to use his domain. Instead, he took out a black flag from his storage ring. The flag waved, forming countless black fog. Countless mysterious men in black appeared. Go chase and search. You must find the two of them. You must not let the two of them escape. Inform me immediately after you find them. Yes, countless men in black half knelt on the ground. After hearing the order, they flew in all directions to search. No one can escape from the hands of the Million Saber King, let alone two ants. The two of them could kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. In the eyes of ordinary peerless powerhouses, they were incomparably terrifying powerhouses. But in the eyes of the Million Saber King, they were not worth mentioning at all. There was a huge gap between him and a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Therefore, he did not take the two of them seriously. However, the other party's spirit ship was very magical, which surprised him a little. But that was it. In the void, light flickered, and the black earth appeared. It was still intact. Chapter 2636. Even an invincible king had made a move. Fortunately, they had the black earth. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. It seemed that someone was targeting the Yi family. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The corner of the dragon's mouth twitched. Which force was so bold as to make a move against a clan of the ancients? Did they not want to live anymore? Indeed, the consequences of angering the Yi family were terrifying. Something was wrong. Lin Xian shook his head. It didn't seem like they were attacking the Yi family. Instead, it seemed like they were sealing off the Yi family. To be precise, they were sealing off some kind of information. Indeed, the dragon nodded. The Yi family had an extreme weapon to suppress them. Even a sage wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in the Yi family. Therefore, no one dared to attack the Yi family. From the looks of it, they seemed to have other plans. Sealing off the Yi family's information? What exactly were they sealing off? Could it be that they didn't want the Yi family to know? The dragon frowned. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Dao Denier? Yi Dao Denier? The dragon was stunned, then understood. Did you mean that someone was going to attack Yi Dao Denier? It seemed like that was the case. Lin Xian said solemnly. The dragon took a deep breath. Heavens, they really didn't know what was good for them. Yi Dao Denier was a saint physique that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Once he appeared, even if he didn't become a great emperor. When he fully matured, he would be comparable to a great emperor. He could ensure the prosperity of the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that he was the most important existence in the Yi family. Now, someone actually dared to make a move against him? Was he not afraid of the Yi family going crazy? If Yi Dao Denier died, the Yi family would really take out an extreme weapon and sweep the world. The dragon was right. A saint physique was a very mysterious physique. It was condensed from a great emperor's bloodline and was very difficult to form. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Anyone who matured would be comparable to a great emperor. How terrifying! Such a person could definitely protect the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. Was someone really going to attack Yi Dao Denier? The two couldn't believe it. It seemed that even the Yi family wasn't safe. This world was indeed crazy. After all, Leaf Dao Denier hadn't fully matured yet. Furthermore, they must have been plotting for a long time to find out where Leaf Dao Denier was, and why they had mobilized so many people to keep the Leaf clan under wraps. It was just that he didn't know which force had done it. Are they from other families of the remote antiquity? Other than the few of them, no one else would dare to make a move. Brat, this water is too deep. Even if an unrivaled king were to enter, he probably wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Let's hurry up and leave. The dark red divine dragon didn't want to get involved in this mess. If things went on like this, it would definitely be a clash between the clans of the ancients. In the end, even extreme weapons might appear. The two of them were simply not enough. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He had to find Leaf Dao Denier, or send word to the Yi clan. He and Leaf Dao Denier were friends, and the two of them often helped each other out. In fact, back in the Great Necropolis, Leaf Dao Denier had stood up for him on more than one occasion. Therefore, Lin Xian would not sit idly by. Furthermore, all of this was just speculation, and they couldn't be sure whether or not someone was trying to kill Leaf Dao Denier. Let's not talk about it. Let's leave first. Someone is chasing us. Lin Xian sensed spiritual energy fluctuations around him. He activated the black earth again and flew into the sky. At the same time, he activated the array and hid. This guy was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. The dark red divine dragon looked outside and snorted. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and summoned the Bloodwing Bat King. He ordered the other party to capture a person without anyone noticing. Furthermore, the person had to be alive. The Bloodwing Bat King spread its wings and disappeared from the black earth. All of you, search carefully for me. Don't miss a single spot. Outside, countless black-robed men were quickly searching in all directions. Each of them was in charge of an area. They searched 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles. In any case, they had to find the person. Taoist Lai Hua's body was covered in flames. There was a fire python under his feet that carried him quickly. He was a mid-8-star expert, and he was also involved in the plan this time. Amidst the flames, there was also a black aura that shrouded his body, making it hard for others to discern his true identity. Forming hand seals, Taoist Lai Hua spread his soul power to search his surroundings. At the same time, he took out a small black mirror and shone it at his surroundings. This was an ancient treasure that was specially used for scouting. It was given to him by the mysterious organization for scouting purposes. He was extremely careful in his search because he knew that those two were extremely terrifying. They were capable of escaping from an unparalleled king. They were definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, he planned to report to the Myriad Blade King the moment he discovered something amiss. Gradually, he distanced himself from his companions and searched his own area alone. Suddenly, his body trembled as a bad premonition surged in his heart. What's going on? He activated the black mirror carefully and searched his surroundings. Suddenly, 3 blood-colored chains appeared around him and shrouded him, trying to bind him. Damn it, Scram. When he saw this scene, he was shocked. Could it be the 2 fugitives? The fire python beneath his feet quickly counterattacked. Its body was like a divine whip as it lashed out. Numerous flaming sword auras shot out from his body and slashed at the 3 blood-colored chains. At the same time, he wanted to send a signal. However, the next instant his body was sent flying. Half of his body was directly sliced apart, turning into a bloody mist. Damn, it's so strong. He was almost certain that it was those 2 fleeing people. That was because the other party was too strong. With his mid-8-star cultivation, he could not even block a single move. Retreating rapidly, the fire python coiled around Taoist Lai Hua and flew away rapidly. His severed body was reassembled. However, at this moment he started screaming. He could feel the blood in his body flowing out. His already injured body became even weaker. What is this? Blood-sucking technique? Could it be that the other party was from the devil race? This technique was too strange. He had never seen it before. Therefore, he was extremely nervous. Kakaka. A blood-colored figure appeared before him. Taoist Lai Hua was stunned when he saw this figure. What's going on? Why is there a monster? Isn't that the other 2 fleeing people? He realized that it was a blood-colored bat in front of him. The aura it emitted was very strange. Damn it, Scram. He condensed a flaming spear in his hand and stabbed it out. However, after 3 moves, he was in despair. The other party was too strong. He was directly sealed. Oh no, I'm going to be sucked dry. That was his last thought. Then he could not feel anything. Bang. Chapter 2637. Buzz. Taoist Flame was shocked and quickly sat up. However, he realized that there were 7 to 8 blood-colored chains on his body, sealing his entire body. He couldn't break free at all. Or you? How dare you trap me? The black fog on his body had been removed, revealing his true face. Beside him, the Blood-Wing Bat King roared, scaring Taoist Flame so much that his face turned green. It was this monster. It was this monster that sealed him. And now, it brought him to a mysterious place. Who was it that wanted to capture him? Tell me what you know and I can give you a quick death. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from behind, followed by a cold voice. Who is it? Taoist Flame heard this and turned his head. He saw a young silhouette and a dark red snake coming from behind. Could it be that these 2 were the ones who had escaped? He was shocked. Kid, you dare to capture me? You're dead meat. Be obedient and let me go. Taoist Flame snorted. Bam. The dark red divine dragon slapped him, smashing half of his face into pieces. Damn it, you still don't know your situation. Now you're a prisoner. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll cut you up piece by piece and barbecue you. What organization are you from? What's your plan? Tell me everything. The dark red dragon said coldly. Half of Taoist Flame's face was smashed, and he was in so much pain that he was sweating all over. He roared, You want to get information from me? No way. I'll spit you to death. The dark red dragon spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva on his face. Something magical happened. The other party's smashed face recovered immediately. Before Taoist Flame could react, the dark red dragon slapped him again. Instantly, the face that had just recovered was smashed again. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? If you know what's good for you, you'll end up in a terrible state. The dark red dragon walked up. Taoist Flame's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. What the hell, what kind of person is this? How can a spit have such a magical effect? I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just an ordinary almighty. I don't know any other secrets. I only know that I'm in charge here and I won't let anyone get close to the Yi family. I don't know anything else. He didn't know? The dark red dragon didn't believe it at all. Lin Xian waved his hand. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Just do it. As he spoke, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Activating his heavenly secret divine eyes, he forcefully seized the other party's soul and searched for information. A Taoist Lai Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. How could he resist the Tianji god eyes? Soon, his body twitched, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground unconscious. The stars in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed as he frowned. This fellow really didn't know anything. He was grabbing. Lin Xian continued to give orders, and the Bloodwing Bat King once again captured those black-clothed men. When he caught the fifth one, Lin Xian finally found some information. Obviously, they were after Leaf Dao Denier. The person who was newly captured this time should be a leader, so he knew a lot more about them. Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and finally found out the truth. A large number of experts were chasing after Leaf Dao Denier, including many invincible kings. But who were they? What organization was it? He didn't know. These people seemed to have been hired at a high price. They didn't belong to any organization or family. There were at least 5 invincible kings chasing after Leaf Dao Denier. Leaf Dao Denier was most likely in danger. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had personally experienced this kind of pursuit. Previously, the 4 warlords had chased after him, which had infuriated him. Furthermore, the 4 warlords were only peerless experts. But now, 5 invincible kings were chasing after Leaf Dao Denier. This was far more dangerous than him. No, he had to find Leaf Dao Denier or notify the Yi family. Lin Xian turned to look at the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, can you use a teleportation formation? At least send a message. I'll try. The dark red divine dragon started to set up an array formation. He was using a sound transmission array that spanned across space. It was a mystical formation that could transmit a message within 100,000 miles. Activate the formation. The dark red dragon placed the message into the formation and began to transmit it. But before long, a beam of light flashed tens of thousands of miles away. It was like a peerless sword light that cut through the void. The dark red dragon's expression changed. There was an interference formation, and it was very terrifying. It was definitely an extremely terrifying ancient formation. Hurry up and leave, kid. We've been exposed. The dark red dragon withdrew the formation. Pumph. A cold laugh came from the distance. Then, a person shot over like a meteor. It was the Myriad Blade King. Let's see where you two can run this time. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian activated the Black Earth and sent in a large number of divine crystals. The Black Earth's energy erupted, and it shot into the distance like a bolt of black lightning. You want to escape in front of me? What wishful thinking! The Myriad Blade King sneered. He reached out with his hand, covering tens of thousands of miles and instantly pressing down. The 5 fingers were like 5 dragons, roaring non-stop. This was the might of an invincible king. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came, and a dazzling light shot into the sky. The Myriad Blade King's expression changed. Damn it! His fingers were knocked away. The other party had actually escaped from his palm. How could this be? The surrounding mysterious black-robed men were shocked when they saw this scene. That was the attack of an invincible king, who could easily defeat a late-stage 8-star king. No one below the invincible king level could resist it. However, the other party escaped. What exactly was the grade of this spirit boat? Everyone was shocked. The Myriad Blade King's expression darkened. Buzz. He quickly formed a seal with his palm. Myriad Technique Clone. In the void around him, figures appeared one after another. There were a total of 10,000 of them. They floated in the void, and their expressions were exactly the same as the Myriad Blade King's. A peerless blade light rushed out of the Myriad Blade King's body, shining in the sky. It turned into 10,000 blade lights and entered the 10,000 clones. Buzz, 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 buzz. The eyes of the clones burst out with cold light, and the aura of their bodies rose infinitely. Go, bring him back to me. The Myriad Blade King waved his hand, and more than 10,000 clones moved quickly, covering the sky and the earth. It was the Myriad Technique clone. The Myriad Blade King was too terrifying. He had more than 10,000 clones. Yes, although they were just clones, their strength was even more terrifying than a late-stage 8-star king. After all, there was an invincible king's blade light in his body, and there should be a soul mark. These clones covered the sky and the earth as they searched. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sat on the black earth and kept changing directions, leaving this place completely. After confirming that no one was chasing them, the two heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, there were many invincible kings here. I'd better be careful. Chapter 2638. The news couldn't pass through at all. They must have set up a great formation. It blocked all information from being transmitted. Therefore, the Yi family hadn't received any news yet. If this dragged on, Yi Wudao would be in great danger. Send a message to the 6 protectors and have them bring the treasure over. We must find a way to inform the Yi family. We, on the other hand, stayed nearby and waited. Yi Wudao is being hunted. His first thought is to run towards the Yi family. Therefore, we will definitely meet Yi Wudao and the others nearby. Lin Xian decided to split up. On one hand, he would wait here. On the other hand, he would send a message to Immortal Palace and ask them to help. Firstly, Yi Wudao was his friend, so he had to save him. Moreover, by helping the Yi family this time, it could be said that the Yi family owed Immortal Palace a favor, and it was a huge favor. Having the clan of the ancients owe them a favor could be said to be extremely beneficial to Immortal Palace. Boom. Lin Xian sent a message to Xing Tian through the secret scroll. Immortal Palace. Xing Tian stayed here and prepared to gather strength with the 6 protectors. After all, they couldn't be careless when exploring the nest of 10,000 dragons. The level of danger was many times more dangerous than the ancient tomb of a saint. Buzz. At this moment, Xing Tian's brows twitched. A black ring on his finger suddenly bloomed with light. A scroll rune floated out, opened in the air, and burned quickly. Xing Tian, I'm near the Yi family. Yi Wudao is being hunted by a mysterious force and his whereabouts are unknown. The Yi family still doesn't know the news. Hurry up and use all the power you can to inform the Yi family. The message was very short, and it was quickly finished. However, when he heard this, Xing Tian's body trembled, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The elders beside him were even more dumbfounded. This was a message from the palace master? That's right, it was indeed a message from the palace master. But what did I just hear? Yi Wudao is being hunted down? Heavens! That's a saint body. Who dares to hunt down the Yi family's treasure? The elders were all stunned, and Xing Tian was even more shocked. Soon, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. You guys wait there. I'll go find the 6 protectors. He knew that the situation was serious. If Leaf Dowdenier died, the entire eastern wasteland would be thrown into chaos, and perhaps even the other 4 continents would be affected. This would be very disadvantageous to the exploration of the nest of 10,000 dragons in the future. But at the same time, he was also a little excited. Apparently, Leaf Dowdenier was still alive, and the Yi clan didn't know about his death. If they helped, they would definitely be greatly indebted to him. Xing Tian sent a voice transmission to the 6 guardians. Soon, they arrived at the Starry Hall. What's going on? Why are you looking for us in such a hurry? Was it news from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Or was it about the Hall Master? At this moment, the 6 great protectors still didn't know exactly what had happened. Let alone them, the other great sects probably didn't know about it either. After all, no one would have thought of such a thing. Xing Tian quickly took out a voice transmission scroll. The 6 protectors were shocked when they heard Lin Xian's voice. Leaf Dowdenier was being hunted. What an eventful year. Ever since the appearance of the saint's tomb, I've felt that something was amiss. For thousands of years, no saint had appeared. But this time around, there were quite a few saints appearing all of a sudden. There were even undamaged saint weapons that appeared, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Now, someone was chasing after Leaf Dowdenier. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. That's right. I think it's necessary to protect our Hall Master. After all, he's been in the limelight recently. The 6 great protectors thought even further. Not only did they plan to help the Yi clan, but they also thought about Lin Xian's safety. Indeed, Leif Daudenier's death might be a signal. Perhaps some mysterious family couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to make a move on the top young geniuses. The saints, saintesses, and princes of the various provinces were all top geniuses, but among them, the most famous was still Leif Daudenier. It couldn't be helped. Once he grew up, even if he couldn't become a great emperor, he would be on par with one. Such a terrifying growth would definitely frighten potential enemies. Then there was Lin Xian, who had killed quite a few holy sons and battle race experts. It could be said that he was in the limelight. This would probably anger the battle race, Tai dynasty, and Yin Yang sect. They might even send out invincible kings. Therefore, the 6 great protectors decided to send an invincible king to protect Lin Xian. Who would go? The 6 great protectors looked at each other, then fell silent. The 6 of them were in charge of different things. Whoever left would have a huge impact on Immortal Palace. Therefore, the 6 of them sighed. It seemed that the 6 of them couldn't go. Let someone else go. Let's send someone from the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion. The second great protector suggested. The great protector nodded. All right, let's send Xiao Wu. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be shocked. It wasn't the elders' decision, but what kind of place was the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion? Why hadn't he heard of it before? One had to know that he was currently in charge of Immortal Palace's headquarters. There were 9 halls under the headquarters. This was only what he could control at the moment. However, he knew that what he controlled was only the tip of the iceberg. As expected, Lin Xian had never heard of the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion mentioned by the 6 great protectors. Let's go. With the great protector's order, Immortal Palace's people began to move. In the vast mountains, one figure after another pierced through the void like a stream of light. Their speed was so fast that a chariot appeared under their feet. It was a golden chariot that looked extremely mighty and extraordinary. Its surface was engraved with mysterious runes that flickered with brilliant light. Atop the chariot stood Leif Daudenier and the other Yi clan elders. However, there were only 6 Yi clan elders left. 2 of them were nowhere to be found. From the looks of Leif Daudenier and the others, it was clear that they had already perished. Damn it! We'll remember this grudge. Once we get back to the clan, we'll tear them to shreds. One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth. They had never been hunted down like this before. Leif Daudenier snorted coldly, his expression icy. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that his anger had reached its peak. Next to him was an old man whose eyes were bloodshot. When they got back to the clan, they would invite invincible kings to bring complete saint weapons and wipe them out. Ha! You want to wipe us out? Do you really think you have that chance? Right at this moment, a sneer sounded in their ears. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the Yi family's elders instantly changed. Leif Daudenier's body tensed up, and his eyes filled with shock. Their golden chariot also came to a stop. The reason for that was because a figure had appeared before them, blocking their path. It was a woman in a black dress. Her figure was enchanting, and her face was bewitching. Chapter 2639. However, Yi Wudao and the others couldn't care less. Their opponent's aura was too terrifying. An invincible king. Another invincible king. Damn it. Invincible kings weren't normally seen, because they wouldn't come out and wander around. But now, they had seen several invincible kings in the past few days. It was as if these invincible kings had all come out to kill them. Yi Wudao and the others didn't waste any time talking to these people. They could only use fierce methods to kill them. They didn't rush forward. Instead, they gave all their strength to Yi Wudao. The image of an immortal king appeared on Yi Wudao's body, and he attacked with the replica Celestial Emperor Cauldron. The void shattered, and a terrifying energy pierced through heaven and earth. The Immortal King projection wasn't just Yi Wudao's power, but also the power of the other 6 Yi family elders. Therefore, the Immortal King projection's power was no weaker than that of an invincible king. Coupled with the replica Celestial Emperor Cauldron, it was absolutely terrifying. A holy physique and an extreme weapon replica. No wonder you could escape so many people. The mysterious woman in the black dress laughed coquettishly. This weapon is not bad. It's mine. Holy Physique is also quite handsome. How about it? Do you want to spend a few nights with me? If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. The woman in the black dress smiled seductively. Bitch. Yi Wudao snorted coldly, and the immortal king projection charged forward. What did you say? The woman in the black dress face sank. She hated it when people said that word. Clearly, Yi Wudao's words had aroused her killing intent. Reckless brat. Today, I'll let you know the true difference between you and invincible kings. The woman in the black dress waved her jade-white palms in all directions, colliding with the replica celestial emperor cauldron. Clanging sounds rang out, and the sky shattered. The two of them fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. As expected of a forbidden weapon, its power was boundless. The woman in the black dress was very excited. At this moment, she didn't use her full strength. Immortal King Roar. Yi Wudao formed hand seals and used his ultimate move. A terrifying sound wave spread out, like divine lightning from the 9 heavens. It exploded with destructive power and rushed forward. The surrounding void instantly shattered, as if it had been blasted into a black hole. The expression of the woman in black also changed. Although she was an invincible king, this ultimate move, combined with the joint attack of everyone from the Yi family, was simply too terrifying. It also posed a threat to her. 6 Dao Fist. At the same time, Leaf Dao Denier unleashed another fist technique, causing his fist to shine with dazzling light that filled heaven and earth. Moreover, the immortal King Roar didn't stop there either. The two ultimate mystical skills appeared together and rushed towards the woman in the black dress. Boom, boom. The terrifying sound waves and vast amounts of energy caused the entire world to tremble. The surrounding earth cracked open, revealing large canyons. The surrounding mountains continued to shatter. Nothing could withstand the impact. Damn it. The woman in the black dress waved her jade-like hand, and a terrifying palm shadow resisted the energy that filled the sky. Her expression was incomparably cold because she realized that the other party had actually blocked her attack. This was simply too inconceivable. She was an invincible king tier, so it was easy for her to crush him. However, the other party had relied on the sacred body phenomenon, the strength of the elders, and the two ultimate techniques. He was actually able to contend against her, and he wasn't even at a disadvantage. The woman in the black dress nodded, and the two of them stepped forward, their auras erupting. Their domains covered the area, preventing their opponent from escaping. You won't be able to escape, kid. Escape? Why should I? You're the ones who should be escaping. Leaf Dao Denier performed an incantation gesture, and a golden rune appeared on his forehead, shining with piercing light like a sun. Boom, boom. A deep voice came from within his body, as if something had awakened. Go to hell. Light erupted from Leaf Dao Denier's body. A strange thing happened. Outside the immortal king's shadow, another figure appeared. As the figure appeared in front of Leaf Dao Denier, it was blurry and illusory, as if it could be blown away by a gentle breeze. Chapter 2640. What was that? The two invincible kings' faces turned green. They felt their souls and lives tremble. The two of them didn't dare to be careless anymore. They turned around and fled. Their previous arrogance was long gone. The other party was only a 7-star mighty figure. How could he have such terrifying means? It could even threaten invincible kings like them. Boom. In the blink of an eye, their king domains were shattered. Poof. The two invincible kings spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fled. Boom. Another punch. The bodies of the two were impacted and turned into a bloody mist. Their heads fled crazily and reassembled in the distance. Boom. Damn it, what was that? What the hell was that? The two invincible kings screamed crazily. They had never been in such a sorry state. They had almost been killed. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. That was because the hazy light figure had punched out again. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The area within tens of thousands of miles was completely shattered. The heads of the two invincible kings also shattered. Their souls were instantly annihilated by this punch. Bush, bush, bush. Blood rained down between heaven and earth. This was the blood of the invincible kings. As it fell, it pierced through the void and sank the earth. The surrounding forest collapsed crazily. Cough, cough. Yi Wudao's body trembled. His face was abnormally pale without a trace of blood. The hazy figure in front of him disappeared again. Wudao. Seeing that the other party was about to fall, the Yi family's elders hurriedly supported him. You've exhausted too much. Hurry up and eat a pill. An elder took out a heavenly treasure. These were all sacred pills secretly concocted by the Yi family. Yi Wudao opened his mouth and swallowed it. His face had a trace of redness. The other elders said, Wudao, your hypocrisy is still too weak. It's too difficult to summon the ancestors' phantom now. It turned out that the hazy figure from before was the Yi family's ancestors' phantom. No wonder it was so terrifying. He killed 2 invincible kings with 3 punches. If news of this spread out, it would probably be shocking. One had to know that invincible kings were the strongest existences below the saints. However, at this moment, they were killed by a 7-star mighty figure. Moreover, 2 of them were killed. This method could be described as a day. There was no other way. The situation was too critical. Leaf Dao Denier sighed. Thankfully, he could summon the projection of his ancestors. Otherwise, this battle would be very dangerous for them. The few of them relaxed, but not long after, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Hurry up and leave. They boarded the golden chariot and charged madly through the void. Because in the distance, an invincible aura came again. Another invincible king had arrived. 3 figures appeared, standing in 3 different directions of the sky and the earth, stabilizing the space in one direction. They frowned as they looked at the bloody rain that was still falling from the sky. What was going on? Was this the blood of an unrivaled king? Damn it, the invincible king was killed. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. They investigated the situation around them, and instantly sensed that this was a rain of blood formed by the fall of 2 invincible kings. The Yi clan was indeed terrifying. They didn't have the strength to do so, so they must have used some incredible trump card. This kind of trump card would not be used easily. They must be very weak right now. Hurry up and chase after them. The 3 of them turned into streaks of light and charged into the distance. On the other side, after Lin Xian sent a message to Xing Tian, he had been wandering around nearby because he guessed that Leaf Dao Denier would definitely return in the direction of the Yi clan. However, he didn't meet Leaf Dao Denier, but he met some other people. 6 figures emitted resplendent light as they landed in the void and surrounded them. Target found. Target confirmed. Kill. The 6 figures said coldly as they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What are these? Invincible kings? Lin Xian was shocked. No, they should be the clones of invincible kings. They have the soul imprint and aura of invincible kings in their bodies. So, they were clones. Hearing that they weren't invincible kings, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just 6 clones and they wanted to catch him? How laughable. Whooshed with a flash of light, one of the clones arrived beside Lin Xian and stretched out its hand, forming a cage and grabbing at Lin Xian. Crack, in an instant, he grabbed Lin Xian's body and wanted to take him away. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the 9-yang divine body. His body shook. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed out and shattered the clone's hand. The clone was sent flying by the power and kept retreating. The other clone shouted coldly, "If you dare to resist, I'll kill you without mercy." The 2 clones charged over. They punched at Lin Xian, causing the void in front of them to explode. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy blasted on Lin Xian's body. However, the 2 clones were stunned. Although they were clones, they had their own judgment. They realized that their fists were completely fine when they landed on the other party's body. The other party's body emitted a dazzling light, and mysterious runes flickered on it. How was this possible? The 2 clones were stunned. Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the two clones' heads, and then twisted them. The two doppelgangers were directly destroyed. On the other side, the dark red dragon also made a move and killed the remaining 4 clones. Dragon flames filled the sky, and terrifying heaven-grade treasures floated up and down. The dark red dragon had many heaven-grade treasures in his hands. At this moment, he took them out and easily killed the 4 clones. "Kid, hurry up and leave. These clones must have sent the news to that invincible king." Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them quickly rose into the sky. Not long after, they changed directions, but they encountered another clone. Another 6 clones were easily killed. Just like that, they encountered another group of clones. Damn it, why are there so many clones? How many clones does that invincible king have? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian was also shocked. Was the method of an invincible king so terrifying? Every clone was very terrifying. Fortunately, he was strong enough to escape. If it were an ordinary supreme expert, they would have been captured long ago. "Wait, ruffian dragon, don't kill them this time. I want to give that invincible king a big gift," Lin Xian said. The dark red dragon captured the 6 clones of the invincible king. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and used the divine guidance secret technique to control the 6 clones. "Greetings, master." The 6 clones of the invincible king knelt respectfully on the ground and bowed to Lin Xian. If anyone else saw this scene, their jaws would drop. These were the clones of the invincible king, but at this moment, they had betrayed him. Chapter 2641. Very good. Stand up. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. The 6 doppelgangers stood up and stood respectfully at the side. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left. The 6 doppelgangers were no longer respectful and returned to their previous state. However, they were still under Lin Xian's control. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon retreated to a safe distance. With his control over the doppelgangers, Lin Xian could see the situation through their eyes. Not long after, a powerful figure descended from the sky. It was the invincible king, Million Blade Monarch. The Million Blade Monarch slashed the void with endless blade radiance. As soon as he appeared, the 6 doppelgangers followed him. How is it? Where is he? The Million Blade Monarch asked. The 6 doppelgangers said. They had just escaped. Lead the way. This time, they must not let him escape. The Million Blade Monarch waved his hand and was about to take action. However, at this moment, the 6 doppelgangers beside him had a strange smile on their faces. In the next moment, the 6 doppelgangers exploded. Not only that, each of the 6 doppelgangers had a sharp sword radiance. It was the dragon-shaped sword chi that Lin Xian had planted. Boom! Boom! The explosion of energy enveloped the Million Blade Monarch. Screams could be heard as the sharp blade radiance tore the world apart. The Million Blade Monarch walked out. His body was charred black and his hair stood on end. His robe was torn and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His body was trembling slightly. Damn brat. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. The Million Blade Monarch roared like a madman. He was furious. He did not expect that the other party could control his 6 doppelgangers to explode. With a cold snort, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards him like a tide. Soon, the Million Blade Monarch's body recovered. However, his eyes were extremely cold. His body released tens of thousands of blade radiances, shattering the surrounding mountains. Damn brat. When I catch you, I will tear you into pieces. The Million Blade Monarch's body swayed and quickly disappeared into the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sneered. They knew that this bit of damage wouldn't pose a fatal threat to the Myriad Blade Sovereign, but that wasn't their goal. They just wanted to play dirty and suppress the other party's arrogance. What invincible king! Weren't they also battered and exhausted in their hands? Judging from the time, Xing Tian and the others should be arriving soon. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon said from the side. Indeed, when they arrived, they could directly inform the Yi clan. At that time, there will be nothing left for us to do. Oh, is that so? It seems that you have informed others? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Hearing this voice, the two of them stiffened and their pupils shrank. In the next moment, they used divine steps and instantly disappeared, retreating into the distance. Damn it, someone actually came behind them. None of them knew. Lin Xian was also shocked. His soul power couldn't detect the other party. Who was it? The two of them turned around and saw a youth in white standing behind them. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Damn it, how did he appear behind us? The dark 5th divine dragon gritted his teeth. Brat, didn't you detect? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't think that someone could appear and find them. Therefore, he didn't activate his heavenly secret divine eyes, nor did he deliberately use his soul power. However, with the strength of his soul power, even if he didn't deliberately activate it, as long as someone approached, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, he didn't sense the other party's appearance before, which really surprised him. Whoosh, a breeze blew past, and the white-robed man instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on the left side of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. It was so strange and impossible to guard against. Damn it, this guy's speed. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Wind mystique. To be able to do this, other than spatial mystique, it should be wind mystique. The other party didn't seem to use spatial power, so it should be wind mystique. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, it wasn't an ordinary wind mystique. The other party seemed to have some kind of bloodline power. Moreover, the other party's cultivation had reached the peak of 8-star king realm. One had to admit that this was a very difficult opponent. Who are the two of you? Come back with me obediently, and I can spare your lives. The white-robed man said indifferently, "Don't try to fight me. The two of you have no chance of escaping in front of me. Because the entire world is my domain." "The entire world is your domain? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The dark red divine dragon sneered. He had never seen someone so arrogant. As soon as the voice fell, the dark red divine dragon jumped. He quickly dodged, but he didn't dodge. A wind sword suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed toward him. Not only him, but Lin Xian was also attacked. Two wind swords suddenly appeared in front of them and slashed their bodies in an instant. These wind swords were very terrifying. There was a powerful air current on them that was incomparably sharp and could cut through everything. Clang clang, there was a sonorous sound and the surrounding void shattered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were forced to retreat. "Humph, I've said before that you can't resist in front of me." Before the white-robed man finished speaking, his voice stopped. The corners of his mouth twitched a little, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He discovered that although the two people in front of him had been forced to retreat, they didn't seem to be injured. How could this be? The white-robed man was extremely shocked. The two of them had been hit by his wind swords. How could they be unharmed? One had to know that he was a peak 8-star powerhouse. That attack just now wasn't his full blow. However, how could the two mighty figures survive? Not to mention that they were unharmed. These two people's physiques were very special. The white-robed man looked at the other party. When he saw the dark red divine dragon, his eyes flickered. The other party should be a beast with strong defense. But this kid? He looked at Lin Xian again and discovered that the latter's body was shining brightly like a god of war. The mysterious runes dazzled him. What a mysterious body-tempering technique. There was deep shock in his eyes. If he could get it, wouldn't his defense be heaven-defying? The white-robed man's eyes were burning. He stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over your body-tempering technique and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." "You want my body-tempering technique? Do you think you have the ability to do so?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party's speed and attack were indeed strange. However, it was impossible for him to kill him. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.